Hello, hello. Welcome everybody to day 2 of OPTIC 2022. Can't believe it. We're here in person. Raise your hand if you were here yesterday. Nice, nice. We got repeat offenders in this room. I love it. So glad you guys are joining us here in person for OPTIC again. And thank you everyone from home. If you guys can turn around and wave. Everyone from home, we just started streaming. Hey. Thanks for joining us. We are monitoring those comments. Let us know where you're from. I love checking out the comments during these sessions and seeing people from all over the world enjoying OPTIC, if they're not as lucky to be here in person with you, with all of you. So today is a jam-packed day. We are here on the second stage. We have some great speakers. We're competing with that main stage with some of their keynotes and all, but you guys are here. I'm really glad you're joining because we have a great first session to kick things off. A couple ground rules. We'll hold questions till the end, unless you really need to know, open your mouth. And to introduce our first speaker of the day here on the second stage is a trio of the NPAN group, the National Parks at Night. We're missing a few. I'm a little sad that we don't have the full group here, but we'll wait for next year for that, let's hope. So a personal story about NPAN, as I've gotten older, and I'm not that old, but I look back at parts of my life and think about those changing moments. What was a huge turning point for me as a photographer, as a New Yorker, as an employee at B&H for all these years? And I'm so happy to say that I share my first national park visit and my first time seeing the Milky Way and shooting the Milky Way with some of these guys from NPAN. And that moment for me, I've been to over 50 national parks since. It has been a huge turning point in my life, and I'm so glad you all are sitting here because you get to absorb all that energy that I got and all that inspiration. So take notes, note these locations, the places that these guys visit, and start planning your next national park adventure. So without further ado, we have the trio from NPAN.
Good luck, thanks everybody for coming and for tuning in from home. I'm Chris Nicholson, and this is Gabe Biederman and Matt Hill. National Parks at Night was his brainchild, and Gabe helped him get it started, and they brought me on board, and Lance Kymeg and Tim Cooper, who can't be here today, but they're thinking about you. So today we're going to talk about 9 steps to becoming a better night photographer. First, quickly, just a little bit about our program. We run night photography workshops in national parks and any other great space we can find, whether domestically or internationally. We also have a weekly blog and ebooks, and we've written books, and we've got videos, and we run 2 night photography conferences. But all that, you can find all that information on our website, or for those of you who are here, please come down to our table on the show floor, and or come to our photo walk Twilight at Dumbo tomorrow night at 7. So let's move on. So again, 9 steps to becoming a better night photographer, and if we talk fast enough, which is not a good bet usually, but we'll throw in a bonus at the end. Tip number 1 is take your time. Night photography is not a game of how many photos can you pull off. This is a photo that I just did in Menorca, a small island in the Mediterranean off the coast of Spain. Gabe and I were there as instructors for Photo Pills Camp, and I'd never been to Spain. In fact, I'm going twice this year. Never been there. We're doing a workshop in Barcelona in the fall. But this was my first time ever in Spain, and I remember, an overnight flight, and I'm up in the morning, and the sun's coming up, and I'm flying over the Mediterranean, and I see the island come into view, and the first thing I saw was the cliffs, these beautiful cliffs. And the next thing I noticed was these stone walls, and I'm seeing them from the air, and they're all over the island. They're really a ubiquitous part of the scenery there. And I knew, it's like, I've got to photograph these stone walls at some point. And I get about 5 or 6 days into the trip, and I still haven't shot them. And the group's out one night, and I see this stone wall kind of rising up from the beach. And I get photo pills out, and I see that the North Star is right there. And I can get this composition, and I'm so excited because I can finally make this photo that, to me, really speaks of the island. And it was a very important photo to me. Not the best composition I've ever done or anything, but it was an important photo to me. And so I set it all up and it took me like a half hour to set it up, and I ran an hour and a half of shots, and I blew it. It's out of focus. It's out of focus. And you know why I blew it? I spent 2 hours on this photo, and the reason I blew it was because I didn't spend 2 hours and 1 minute on this photo. I always tell people, and I failed at this night, the last thing you should do before you start firing that long exposure is double check your focus. Right? I had focused, but then I put a dew heater on and I knocked it out of focus, and I didn't double check. Slow down at night. It's not it's not like daylight where you can knock off, 50 good photos during the day. If you get 2 or 3 at night, you've had a really good night. Slow down, take your time, go through your process. Don't blow a 2-hour investment by not investing 1 more minute. This is in the Everglades, where I did the opposite. Figured I'd show you a couple good examples. So I set up a photo in the Everglades and just kind of let it run all night. But I did everything right. It's nice and sharp, and the composition was thought out, so I was happy with this. This is at Mono Lake in California. This is the one photo I did all night. And I found the spot. I found the spot where I liked the shoreline, and I made sure everything was sharp. And I ran through the pano, and I said, the foreground's too dark. I got to redo the pano and do different exposures for the foreground while I'm at it. And I was like, I'm tired. I don't want to take all this time. But I did, because you take your time with a night photo. Okay.
Yeah, so as well as taking your time, we all really love playing with time, because that's what night photography is all about, right? Is now we can really explore all these imaginative and exposures that we usually can't see with our own eyes, right? Sometimes we can capture the Milky Way, but star trails and all these other beautiful, beautiful things we can capture when we play with time. Now, controlling time is one aspect to it. We can play with it, we control it. Now, and that's especially true for star point photography. This is at the top of Haleakala National Park. And when we do star point and Milky Way photography, we have to be very, very precise with the amount of time with that shutter speed until stars start to trail. So this is a 2-image composite where the sky is a 20-second exposure, but then I wanted to get more information sort of in that foreground at the observatory, and so that I let it rip for 400 seconds. And luck was on my side, because a car drove up and lit it, and I think that car just like makes the shot. I feel like I summoned it, because I was like, what would make this, I'm not getting enough information. I just need a car. And the observatory was closed. You could see they came up, unlocked the gate, went in, but it just lit it up and kind of mirrored it perfectly for this shot. Now, how do you figure out what your quote unquote maximum shutter speed is before stars start to trail? Because it's kind of changed over the years. We've all been doing night photography up here for 10, 15, 20 years. And back in the day, we used to have the 500 rule, which we changed to the 400 rule, et cetera. But as cameras have gotten higher megapixels and higher resolution, when we look at them in 100% or we make larger prints, we now start to see those stars, which we all know as little dots, little circles, now are getting more oblong the more we kind of zoom into it or the more we make larger prints. So PhotoPills has a great app. One of their pills is for spot stars. You click on that, you put in your camera information, you put in your lens information, you put in the aperture you shoot at, and it will give you the old school 500 rule. So for this one, I'm using the 15 millimeter Irix lens, and it says 33 seconds. But it also has the NPF rule as well. And then with NPF, you have the default setting, which I have up here, which is good. That's, I think, as you can see, it's pretty much half the time of what your 500 rule it was. And that's going to be good for posting online, as well as probably making prints up to 8.5 by 11. But if you know you got yourself a wall banger, you want to change that default rule. Now watch this. We're at 17.26 seconds. We changed that to accurate, and now we're down to 8.63 seconds. So we've pretty much lost 2 stops of light. But if you know you got an amazing shot, you really want to make sure those stars are sharp and they're focused and they're nice and crisp. You might want to bracket and do a couple different versions of that to make sure you got that there. And it's always a balance, folks. If we are taking away 2 stops of light, now we have to add it somewhere. So we're adding it to the apertures, we're adding to the ISOs. And there's many ways to juggle that exposure, but I wanted just to make you aware when we play with time, with the star points, this, knowing the NPF rule, using it with PhotoPills, that is going to be your best sort of guideline for that. But we all love just really playing with time and letting it rip, right? And now letting it rip and letting the stars start to trail. And you can make really imaginative and beautiful things, again, that we can't see only with our mind's eye, right? And that's why I still love night photography, is that I can guess and I can see what's going to look like, but there's always a constant surprise when you put it all together. This is almost a 5-hour star trail shot in Dry Tortugas National Park, one of my favorite national parks, very remote, wonderful, wonderful dark skies. And again, with star trails, I feel you can get more of your personal kind of touch onto that location. But then a lot of us live in urban locations. I don't even see the stars. I barely see the planets, here. But there's plenty of movement, right? So if we think about playing with time, what is moving? I'm always looking for moving elements in my scene. Are they rivers? Is it just water? Is it clouds? Or cars and car trails? So this is a 21-minute exposure. Here I am at the top of Twin Peaks, San Francisco, and I kind of turned it into this. I don't know anyone else with this shot, right? Everyone is down at the bottom of it, looking down to the city, down to, the Golden Gate Bridge and stuff like that. But this is the top of it. I created this sort of island of night here with the cars coming in and the cars coming out. And then again, looking for movement. This is the people mover, and then Vegas, right, that we jumped on. It was moving, so we jumped on with our tripods, and we experimented with time. We played with time. We were shooting it at 2 seconds, 4 seconds, 8 seconds, 10 seconds. Each shot was different because we're moving and different lights are getting into it. So think of all the elements that are moving and try to incorporate moving elements into the scene, or move your camera and get into something moving to create something incredibly imaginative and new.
All right. One of the things that certainly helped me enjoy night photography more was to learn what's happening in the skies above you. When you look up and you don't know what's there, it's beautiful. You don't have to have knowledge of what the stars are. However, if you know what certain constellations or asterisms, which are groupings of stars that look like a constellation but aren't actually a constellation, when you look at those and you can recognize them, then you know where they are in relation to other things you might be interested in. For instance, Scorpius comes up right before the core of the Milky Way. So when you see Scorpius come up, what's going to happen right behind it is this. So that's a punched in shot, of course, and this is one that's pulled out a little bit more, which is part of a pano, actually, because I was planning for the pano. So Scorpius is over here, and the Milky Way rises up right behind it. So if you can recognize Scorpius, you know that the Milky Way core is coming up soon. Within an hour, you're going to start to see that. So that's one of those things that you can learn. It only increases your enjoyment of what to plan for and what to shoot and when it's going to happen. You can look on an app, but you can always look with your eyes too. Here's another way to look at it. So Scorpius is at one end. You can see that over here, right? And on the other end, there's a constellation that looks like a W. That's Cassiopeia. They are at either end of the classic arch of the Milky Way. And being able to recognize those and see them with your eyes, you're like, okay, I know that I can start my pano over here to the left of Cassiopeia, and I'm going to end it over here to the right of Scorpius. And that will give me enough room to stitch together a panorama of the entire bow of the Milky Way. It's the little things like that that help it all click when you're out there. So getting yourself, and this is a zoomed up view of what they look like. So this is from an app that I'm going to talk about in a second, but you can see that Scorpius looks like a W. I'm sorry, Cassiopeia looks like a W, and Scorpius sort of looks like a scorpion. It looks like a cross shape, and the tail is actually rather long, but it kind of points directly at the core, which is a nice little indicator, right? So it's a great one to take a picture or a screenshot of. Here's a whole bunch of apps that can help you learn or plan for the night sky. If you want to learn more about astronomy, this is an easy way to get into it. Some of these things you can use on your desktop or in a web browser, and other ones you can put on your iPad or your phone, so that while you're in the field, you can use the augmented reality to sort of turn it around and identify things that you see, which also helps you understand what's up there and enjoy the process more. This is another screenshot of Stellarium. Happens to be the web version, which you can load up, but you use your mouse and you just sort of click in there and you drag it around and you can zoom in and out. So it helps you understand what's above you. Being able to find Polaris is probably the first thing that most of you would want to do. That's the North Star. And that's near, very close to, when you saw those star circles that Gabe made, that's Polaris in the center. So when you want to make star trails that have that classic circle, you need to find Polaris, and you can use the Big Dipper to help you find that, or Cassiopeia, by following some lines in those constellations.
Creativity, most people are best off planning for it. Serendipity is great. It's a lot of fun to go to a new place and just kind of see what happens, and you absolutely can make some good photos that way. But it's a really good idea to plan, especially with night photography. If nothing else, you have a plan to fall back on if serendipity doesn't happen, right? So you want to give yourself space to create. In fact, psychologists will tell you that you're at your most creative when you're bored, because your mind is free to think about things, whether on a conscious or a subconscious level. So give yourself the space for this. One of the things that we like to do when we're on location for shooting at night is to get out during the day. And we just cannot overemphasize how important that can be to giving yourself a leg up on your night photography. Go for a walk, go for a hike, go without your camera, and be amazed at how much that frees you up when you aren't constantly looking for a photo to take now. Your brain is still absorbing all that information, all those things you're seeing, and it's going to give you ideas that might not pop in your head now, but you're going to know. You're going to know, okay, now I know what this place looks like. And maybe it'll give you concrete ideas too. You say, oh, this is a photo, right? This is a photo I can make tonight. So get out there, go for a walk, drop some pins. When you're out walking around and say, well, I could get the Milky Way over here. I could get the North Star over this. Drop a pin. Take out your Google Maps, and then that'll tell you where to go back to, whether it's on this trip or the next one. But you have that information and make a note about what you were thinking for that spot. Get out photo pills and see what you can create in that situation. This is the lunar eclipse a few weeks ago, and I wanted to shoot it on the Blue Ridge Parkway somewhere. Price Lake is one of my favorite spots, and I went there earlier in the day, and I said, it's going to be there at about 1 in the morning, and so if the eclipse is showing, this is a spot I can come back to. And I did, which was great. It was great that I pre-planned it, because my daughter was with me. She's 9, and she had no interest in still being awake at 1 in the morning, but I said, oh, it'll be quick, and sure enough, it was. Here's another one from Death Valley, just out in daylight and trying to get, some nice formations in the salt flats. This is a lot easier in daylight than it is when it gets dark out, right? So using photo pills, I walk around and I find some nice formations to make a good foreground. I know exactly where to set up and which way to point the camera once the sun goes down. This is in Mojave National Preserve. Matt and I were running a workshop there a few months ago. We were with Jess Santos, who lives out in that area. And before the workshop started, I saw this road, and I said, oh, I want to do a photo when we bring the group back here. I had this photo in mind for almost a week. Funny thing, I almost didn't do it, and Matt talked me into it. He's like, no, you've been thinking about this for a week. Go shoot it. And I was happy I did. And on the opposite end of the spectrum, this is a photo that I did not see. This is still in Mojave. I shot this in the same night. And this is not the kind of photo that I usually do. I usually want to focus on natural things, and I, for the most part, avoid man-made subjects. But we're in this location, and I'm keeping my mind open. I'm giving myself space for creativity and saying, what can I shoot that maybe I don't usually, and to be open to that possibility. And this ended up being my favorite photo from the trip, even though it's completely outside of my normal zone.
All right, and tip number 5, invest in good gear. I mean, you can do night photography with any camera, right? Especially with urban night photography. We can do it with point and shoot cameras. We can do it with old 5-year-old cameras. We can do it with film cameras and digital cameras. However, night photography especially when we get out to those dark skies, it pushes our cameras to the limit. Cameras, lenses, tripods, the whole thing. So if you're really, really serious about this, investing in good gear is going to make the whole experience a lot better. Now, all of us at MPAN, we all use full frame cameras. Some of us use mirrorless, some of us use DSLR, but that full frame gets us better, cleaner ISOs. Okay, so we're usually able to get easily up to 6400 ISO, sometimes 12,800 and beyond. And that's just, there's more room for those megapixels to get around. Now, we always don't go for the higher megapixel ones. We like the ones that are usually in that sort of 20 to 30 megapixel range for that. So it's not always like the most expensive thing is going to be the best thing, but knowing that full frame is going to yield you really, really good results. Now, that being said, Olympus and Panasonic are doing some really incredible things for night photography on their Micro Four Thirds systems. They have added really pieces of software that aren't in any other cameras. And the specific one I'm talking about is Live Composite, where you can kind of set it up and you will see the image kind of appear on your screen, and you can tell it when to shut off so that the highlights don't blow off. Olympus has also done some sort of this star focus photography as well, where you can kind of shoot stars handheld-ish. You know, I always want to put it on a tripod, but they're doing a much better job with their image stabilization to get really, really good shots. Now, on the flip side, I find those Micro Four Thirds smaller sensors are only really good up to 3200 ISO. So matching that with a fast glass, that's a key thing, again, for star point photography. You need to have a lens that is at least 2.8, or if it can get even faster, 1.8, 1.4, something like that. That's going to give us more options and let us collect more light so that we can kind of balance those ISOs accordingly. And a solid tripod. I've been using a ton of tripods. When I first started working at B&H, I worked in the bag and tripod department. And yes, there's a lot of wonderful travel tripods out there, but getting something that is solid, that has thick, robust legs, because a lot of us, we're doing time lapses, star trails, so we need to be at the same spot and securely for hours, right? Getting ones that have hooks that we can hang our bag on or put a weight on there as well. That's going to be really, really a good idea as well. Now, this image right here, this is a sort of a different take on the Milky Way. This is like a zoomed in take. Most of us, when we think of taking pictures of the Milky Way, we think of using a wide angle lens. Here I used a 24 to 70, but I zoomed it all in. I zoomed it to 70 millimeter, and I just wanted to get this. I really like the land composition, and really the core of the Milky Way was just right there. So I kind of zoomed into that. That pushed my camera to the limits. Remember what I was talking about the PhotoPills app. To get star points, it is dictated on how wide your lens was. So my maximum shutter speed for this shot was 2.5 seconds. And I was already wide open at 2.8. So that pushed my ISOs to 25,600. I use the Z6 II camera, which I think is the best for noise, in the field. But as a backup, I also took multiple shots. I took about 10, 15 shots here and put them together in a software called Starry Landscape Stacker that helps reduce that noise in multiple shots. A very popular software for keeping your images clean for night photography. But, fast lenses. So lenses, also a test we do for lenses is called coma. And sometimes some of the best lenses, most expensive lenses, suffer from coma. I know most Sony, Nikon, Canon's 24 millimeter 1.4 lens, $2,000 lens on most accounts, but is not good for night photography because it suffers from coma, which that you see on this first shot. There I have an example of the 1.8, and that's a like 500x magnification of a star, right? But you see it looks more like a spaceship, right? Because it's got like sort of wings on it. And how do you fix coma? The only way you can fix it, it's not something it's a tedious thing to do in post because a lot of times it's affecting your stars in the corner or even worse in the middle of the frame, and it's going to be affecting 20, 30, 50, hundreds of stars, right? So that's not something you're going to want to work on post. The only way that you can fix it is by stopping down and finding an aperture that is not producing that aberration, right? So this was with a Nikon's 20 millimeter 1.8 lens, the F mount, which when stopped down to 2.8, now that star was a more realistic circle. So that always good to test your lenses. And sometimes, again, it might not be the most, the best lens that produces the best results, especially for star point photography. You might be investing in other gear, right? This is, Matt showed one of his panorama. He's been getting all of us on a panorama kick, and if you really want to do panoramas, you want to invest in a panorama head, especially if you want to do multi-row panoramas and get detail in the land as well as star points in the sky and that arching Milky Way that's happening now in June, May, end of May and June and a little bit of July. So the new tools, specific tools, are also worth investing in just to make sure that you're not, missing out on such a shot. Grand Canyon, very panoramic place. So having those tools there for that. Star trails, this is a 5-hour plus image for a star stack here. Most cameras, especially with the mirrorless, as great as they are, they're now seeing a reduction in battery power. So maybe adding a battery grip so we can have 2 batteries. Because during a star trail, we want to start with a fully charged battery, but if we're going to be, and that usually will get us through an hour or 2, but if we're going to go beyond that, we're going to need extra juice. And whether that's coming from a battery grip and adding a second battery, or I've been a big fan, Tether Tools has this case relay system that uses a dummy battery and you can plug it into any USB battery charger. So this one, I have a 20,000 milliamp charger, same one you use for our phones and other devices, plug that in, and usually with those, you can get all night. So that's great specific tool to get you all through the night. Now, we love gear. We love talking about gear specific to night photography needs, and you can see this. We have a couple blogs. We have our regular blog, and then we put it all together in our npan.co/gear blog. So we're constantly testing out new gear and having it for the specific needs for night photographers. You can always learn and keep up to date on those cameras, lenses, and extra tools there.
So this is metaphorical. Gabe was talking about the tangible. In this case, I'm going to say if you look at all of the things you can do when you walk into a scene and say there's a lot of technical responses I can take to this. I can shoot all of these different ways to capture the scene. You should work on those, let's say, one at a time. When you master all of these, then you can add them up and walk onto the side and have the confidence to say, I can make lots of great pictures here, not just one kind of great picture here. So I'm going to be more specific now. Let's say you learn how to make star points, which Gabe did talk about. Once you master star points and you do something like using the MPF rule, you're taking a very short picture, let's say 8 seconds or 10 seconds. You'll then start to do star point stacks, which is, let's say I'm going to shoot 10 or 15 or 21 of those, and then use software to put them together later to get a higher quality image. So instead of taking one picture, which is an achievement in and of itself, you got focus, you got exposure, you know what's in the scene, you like it, that's an achievement. Now take multiples of those and combine them later, knowing that you can make something that looks like 6400 or 12800 look like ISO 800 with post-processing. All it's doing is stacking that up. So you know that if you can take one picture, you can take a picture that looks better by taking multiples. And once you get that mastered, you might be like, I enjoy that, but what's next? What's the next best? How can I raise the quality even further? You might get a tracker, something that counter-rotates to the Earth, or actually as a go-to tracker that finds objects in the sky and tracks them. So you can leave your shutter open longer and drop your ISO down and get more dynamic range. So this is what I'm talking about metaphorically about filling your tool belt. Your first tool is learning how to do star points. Your second tool is taking multiples so that you can stack them later. And your third tool is like, all right, I've mastered that. I want the best quality possible. I'm going to put a tracker underneath my kit. I'm going to turn the tracker on, and I'm going to get an even better image. So you have 3 tools to take one kind of picture, and they're each a level up above each other. You can do the same thing with star trails. Any star trail sequence you shoot, which is a number of images back to back, and you post-process them together, you stack them together, you can run those through video software and turn them into a time lapse. So again, tools in the tool belt, but you might set it up differently. Instead of taking 4-minute exposures, if you know you want to get a time lapse, you'll drop it down and take 10 or 20 or 30-second pictures instead to get more frames that night. And having that knowledge of what the purpose is, you know, if I'm going to shoot for 3 hours, do I want to get one product out of this, one photograph, or 2 products, a time lapse plus a photograph? Having those tools in your tool belt, you can pull them out and say, oh, I'm going to make this decision so that later on I get 2 things instead of 1. We can go on. If you know how to make a single image, you can also make a panorama. You can make many of them just by flattening out, leveling your head, and taking a single row and stitching them together. So one picture can lead to another bigger, wider picture with higher quality. And this is filling your tool belt. So when you walk onto a scene, you can then recognize, I can make 4 different pictures in this one place tonight. I'm going to do this first, I'm going to do that second, and I'm going to do that. And by the end of the night, I'm going to have a variety of ways to describe the scene. And now I'll show you. This is a location in southern Utah called the Toadstool Hoodoos. This is a single image, 10 seconds, 2.8, 6400. Looks great. It's got a little bit of light painting and a Luxley. We had our Luxleys then. So we have 2 lights. One is cooler, one's brighter. That foreground light we made ourselves. So it's like a little bit of stationary lights, which we call low-level landscape lighting. One picture looks sharp. Could have stopped, called it a night. Ooh, I made it there. I made a picture. No, that wasn't enough for me. Going around the backside. This is on the other side. Milky Way is rising. I took one image 15 times and combined them with post-processing. So that's a star point stack. Coming around the other side, that one image that we set up with left the camera open for 3 or 4 hours, right? So this is 1.2 hours of it. There was a lot of people walking through there, so I only kept this part of it. So there's a star trail from one image to many images that turned back into one image. And then I came back another time, and I really liked that view, that northern view, but there were flowers this time. So this time I did a focus stack. So I took 9 pictures focusing close to far so that I could do that during moonset. That is moonlight on the side of the flowers there. And then set up to take a star trail focused on infinity. And this was my bonus. My reward for doing that was a beetle walked through at exactly the right spot to go sip the nectar from those flowers. And it led into that image. And I was really delighted by that. You can also go around to the side, take one image multiple times. So now this is a foreground exposure where I'm taking it just for the foreground. I don't care about what happens in the stars. The stars are trailing, I'll tell you that. It's too long for stars, but it's exposed properly for the ground. Combine all of those into one panorama. Put my tracker on the bottom, and then took tracked images for each of those panels, and took another where I tilted it up a little bit to get that, and combined the 2 together. So now I have a really high quality sky and a really high quality ground combined together in post-processing. And those are all different tools just put together that I pulled out of the tool belt and used them on the scene.
All right, learn to focus. Don't get distracted. Just kidding. One of the biggest questions that we get on workshops is, how do I focus? I can't focus. When we've got a table at a conference, it's one of the most common things we hear. I tried night photography, but I couldn't get anything in focus. And it's a legitimate challenge. How do you focus when you can't see? And this, my proposed solution to help you become a better night photographer is very much in line with what, I'm pointing to the right side, to what Matt was just talking about, the tool belt. There is more than one way to focus in the dark, and learn them all, because not everyone works in every situation except for one. So there is more than one way to focus, and I'll tell you some of them. First of all, the easiest is to just use a manual focus prime lens. The easiest if you're planning on focusing on the stars, which are infinity. Manual focus prime lens, we love all these. You just focus on infinity. Boom, you're done. It doesn't work so well with zoom lenses, but any of these lenses will do it great. This is in Yosemite, up in the High Sierra, and just easy. I was shooting with an 11 millimeter IRIX lens, which has a stop, an indented stop in the focus ring. I can feel when I'm at infinity. Just turn it and click, okay, I'm focused on infinity, done. Really easy. You could also autofocus in daylight. I set up this photo during early twilight. It was plenty bright out. I was able to just autofocus on the ground far enough into the scene so that I knew everything would be sharp, and just left the camera there and waited for the sun to go down and then shot. You don't even have to leave the camera. You could go out and autofocus your lenses, turn off your autofocus, tape down the focus ring, and have dinner, go back to the car, go back to the hotel and eat, and then go back out. All your lenses are already focused for the night. You could also autofocus on a distant light. So there's a pretty good spot in here that autofocus is going to work on, right? That lighthouse. This was during the Photo Pills camp in Menorca, and there's this lighthouse here, and I just told everybody, well, how do I focus? How do I focus? There's a lighthouse, autofocus. It's going to lock right on there. The moon, that's a pretty good light to focus on too. If you are shooting under moonlight, it's right there. You've got an autofocus assist in the sky. Those are all good for focusing on infinity, but if you need to focus on something in the foreground, the easiest way is just to shine a light on it, and you can probably autofocus. If that doesn't work, you could also put a flashlight in the scene. So autofocus works on contrast. That is very contrasty. To put a bright flashlight in a dark scene, you'll be able to autofocus on that, and boom, you're ready to go. You could also manually focus with either any of those methods that I've said so far. Just turn on your live view and zoom in and focus, manually focus. I like to use a loop when I do this and make it even bigger. Another advantage of that is if you need glasses, it's nice to use a loop that can focus so that you can see really sharply on that live view. And I like to look for something that looks sharp, like cactus needles are really good for determining when you're in focus. You could also use a focusing aid. Batten-off masks were originally used for astronomy to get telescopes in focus, and they've been adapted to photography, and what they do is they just make star points in the lines, and you focus until those two lines make a perfect cross, and then you know that your lens is sharp. Remove the filter, and you're ready to go. Now, finally, I said at the beginning that a lot of these ways to focus will work in certain situations, all right? But there's one that's always going to work, and that's to use hyperfocal distance. It's the hardest of all these to learn, but it is worth the investment to learn it, to understand it, and to master it, because you will always be able to focus in any situation. The trick with the flashlight's not going to work if you don't have something to flash it on. If it's really dark and you don't have a moon and you don't have a light, you're not going to have anything to autofocus on. But any situation, hyperfocus will do the trick. In this example, this is in Death Valley, and I was able to shoot at a very large aperture to collect as much light as possible, but still get everything sharp from the foreground all the way back to the mountain ridge and the moon by using hyperfocal. I'm just focused about 6 feet in, and everything is sharp because I was able to look up in the hyperfocal calculator and photo pills exactly where I needed to focus. And again, use them all. So I don't advocate any one of these techniques to learn and use all the time, because aside from hyperfocus, none of them are going to work all the time. So learn multiple ways to focus, and then no matter what situation you're in at night, you'll be able to do it. As a reference, you can check out this blog post that we did a few years ago, 8 Ways to Focus in the Dark.
And then tip number 8 is committing to a schedule. I know I've been doing night photography since the film days in the 90s, right? And back then, the only way that you could take really good night photographers beyond urban night photographers who get out under the stars is film didn't resolve enough to, or wasn't sensitive enough to get Milky Way shots. That's why we're seeing so many in this digital age, right? So we actually had to operate under the full moon. Right, so I would plan trips every month I could. Usually it was like anywhere from 8 to 12 months of the year that I would commit to shooting every full moon in someplace dark. Now this is in San Francisco. This is in Sutro Baths, so I'm still actually in San Francisco proper, but I'm by the ocean. There's very few lights, and I'm operating. This is all under the full moon, shot with film. And I tell you, after right, they said after 10,000 shots, you really become at least pretty good at doing that item. Now, that took me about 10 years because shooting every with film every 3 to 4 days around the full moon. But I tell you, after about 2 or 3 months, everything started to click. Right, all these things that all the tips that we've been sharing with you, by repeating them, by doing them, by reaching into that toolkit and doing it constantly, things start to become. We fumble less in the dark, and now we're finding our comfort zone, and we're now challenging ourselves and pushing ourselves more. But after about 2 or 3 months of doing this, I really had a nice, the beginning of a portfolio, and then I just doubled down and started doing it more. This is now, when I moved to New York, I kind of leaned back to my film and started exploring my neighborhood and shooting still that same camera, and going around and exploring that under a little bit of moonlight. Because even with urban lights, shooting in the city, I like to shoot the city with moonlight. That balances that sky, and we have less negative space when we're doing any sort of cityscapes around the area. But then things change. I did this workshop in 2008, where I took this workshop at a junkyard with some friends, and then we were in California on Route 395, and I was with my dad and a friend, and then we committed to shooting every night that week. And that really kind of took it to another level, because I was really, for the last 10 years plus, I was really just shooting under the moonlight. But now the digital technology, we're starting to get cameras that can actually shoot comfortably at 3200, 6400 ISO. And what I was now shooting every night, I was really getting attuned to the phases of the moon. And sometimes I'd have moonlight, sometimes I'd have just no moon, and then moonlight later. Every day the moon rises a little bit later. And now that's sort of our favorite time to shoot. Now is to get the most variety of light from a location, is to shoot a few days before, a few days after a full moon, because we'll either have some moonlight, but then we'll also have without. And again, we'll come home with that variety of light. So this is a couple of the images from that trip. So this is under the full moonlight, but this is actually the night before. And this is the first time I took a picture of the Milky Way successfully. And I was just like, I even saw it driving down the car. I saw it driving in the car. I saw the Milky Way. We're in a really dark sky area, and I just pulled off. We followed this dirt road until as far as we could, and had this mountain range and Milky Way in the distance. And then this was the last shot. We ended the trip in Mono Lake, California, and this is a little bit of low moonlight as it's just rising and pulling out more information in the water, playing with clouds. We talked about, playing with time. I don't shirk away from bad weather and clouds. Those, again, these are moving elements that can add a certain drama to that scene. During the pandemic, I didn't go out at all, right? For the first 3 months, of it, I was stuck in house. And I was like, for someone who, I usually travel 200 days of the year, so now I was stuck inside, and I was going bonkers, right? And the trigger finger was like starting to freeze up and asked me what was going on. So I put myself in a routine of shooting every night in the house and kind of thinking of new techniques. So this is me just doing night portraits using a flash to do, this is a single exposure where I pop myself with the light 3 times within that shot. So and then I started doing light painting in my living room. I did this whole series called Living Room Long Exposures. And, you look at my living room, it doesn't look anything like this. But I was like, I want to change this door I want lights coming like through a shutter, something like that. So I used a flashlight, got up tall, and kind of shone the flashlight through my fingers to create that effect of going through the blinds. And then I started picking up that film camera again during the pandemic and going out and exploring the neighborhood. And that's something, we never do take advantage of our own kind of backyard, right? But I think a lot of us started to do that during the pandemic. And so I was just going out again and again, and especially at the beginning, we kind of had the streets to ourselves, especially at night. So I brushed off the film cameras that were staring at me every day and was going out exploring the neighborhood. And this doesn't exist anymore. So that's another great reason. But committing to, that's the easiest thing for us to do, is just commit to documenting during day or night, your neighborhood. This is also sort of on the flip side, but looking in. I live in Brooklyn, looking back into Brooklyn under a moon sky, and I really love that you get a better understanding of the different types of light and the different conditions, and you'll again experiment and play with time even more.
Bringing it in at number 9 is, what do you do when you don't know what to do? Honestly, this is the question that we get a lot on workshops. What do I shoot? Like, where should I point my camera? What should I be looking at? Even when you do daylight scouting, sometimes your imagination or your notes fail you. So in this case, my best recommendation is just set up your camera and take a photograph. Your camera will see better than you. Your camera does not have the bias that your imagination does. So what you can do is be inspired by what the camera records. And the best thing that happens is when you take a picture and you don't like something about it, because you've just jumped that gap. You've jumped across to the other side and you found something you want to fix or improve, instead of saying, I have a problem, I don't know what to do. So in this case, just set it down, just take a picture. You could start with 6400, f2.8, 30 seconds. It works in almost every situation except full moonlight and urban. And you just stop down a little if that doesn't work, right? You don't have to worry about what the settings are. Maybe try to focus. I don't know, So in this case, believe it or not, this is just starlight. It was black out there. It was so dark. And I was like, I really loved this location. And I knew that I wanted to get those landforms, but I wasn't quite sure about the composition because it was so dark. But I didn't want to ruin my night vision by turning on a flashlight. So what I did was I took a picture. And I was lucky. I liked the composition. I'm like, oh, that's cool. So I'm going to double down. I'm going to take a long picture. So now I took an 8-minute picture without moving my camera. I got lucky. Or I'm lying to you, and I chimped my way to that, and I sort of moved it around until I got just the right exposure. But the point is, I arrived at this knowing that I loved the location, but not what to photograph, just because we drove through before and we were on our way back and we're like, we need to shoot this. And I loved the picture. And I'm like, this is really great. I said, but there's one more here. So all I did was I turned my camera to the right about 28 degrees, and there was that. And I went for 30 minutes. I took one picture, though. I took one short picture. I'm like, I know the right exposure for this. So what I did was I took one picture this time, and I turned on long exposure noise reduction, LENR for short, and I committed to this being the last picture of the night. And then I got all that sky glow in there, which brings up one of the other things, you have to leave room for being surprised. And that's one of the joys of night photography, and that brings us back to it over and over again, is what's going to happen that I could not anticipate. We can't always see things like sky glow that happens, or air glow. Those colors sort of move slowly. It's just energy being released from the stratosphere, stored up by the sun during the daytime. Natural phenomenon, happens all over the globe. It's not magnetic. But your camera can see it. And these beautiful things happen when you just take a chance, when you just take a picture. And that will help you get to the other side. Here's another one. If you're not as athletic and you're having trouble hiking back up out of Bryce Canyon, this guy, you might just leave your camera on top of your tripod, walk until you're out of breath, set it down, and take a picture. And by the time it's done, you've caught your breath, and you repeat that process over and over again until you get to the top of the canyon. And this process right here, I got 1 or 2 pictures that I actually love, but my rule was I had to start walking again after the picture was done. And that's how I got out of the canyon. But this is another application of how to just take a picture, right? But you're not wasting all those opportunities of the things that you pass. You can make some decisions, but don't dawdle. We're not here to relax. We're getting out of this canyon. What I saw on the way out was this. I actually passed Chris and Gabe, and then I turned around and I said, hold on for a second, and I went off to the side and I light painted them as they were light painting the canyon. So you may observe something that you want to encourage as you're doing this. But again, another example of when you're unsure, just take a picture. You'll inspire yourself out of the rut or the canyon. All right.
Bonus tip time.
Bonus time.
All right, so the bonus tip, we do have time, is share the experience. Photography has totally changed in the last 20, 30 years. 20, 30 years ago, there was very little education. What photographers were out there, successful photographers weren't sharing locations, on it. But we've entered this amazing era, of a lot of sharing, a lot of inspiration online, in person, everywhere. And no type of photographer has benefited more so than night photography. I mean, back in the film days, we'd hopefully try to finish off a roll of 12 shots a night, so medium format, get it developed, write down copious amounts of notes, get the film back, match it up, and then, okay, we now need to go back to that location to fix our mistakes. But now we can fix our mistakes in the field, right? And we can hopefully get out there and enjoy it. And I tell you something, a reason why, why we kind of came together is because we love sharing and experiencing that together, and we wanted to share it with more people. I mean, we're still, all of us, a little afraid of the dark, right? And whether it's going out in urban locations or whether going out into the silence of national parks, it can be a little unnerving. So bringing a buddy, bringing a pal, joining a workshop or something like that, and experiencing those, those parks, those places is amazing. And I tell you something, we've been talking about this actually for over 5 years, and yet at night in the Grand Canyon that sees 10,000 people during the day, we're still just sharing the park with the elk. We often just there's no hustling up, to the rail to get the shot. I've bumped into so few people at one of the busiest parks at night. It's just amazing. And then to have these big, expansive, inspirational places, to yourself is nice, but then to share it with someone, you bounce off ideas. You might try things. You're like, what are you doing? This is why I say, and more creativity comes from that. One of the best things, like lighting is to daytime photography, light painting is to night photography. And light painting is so difficult to do by yourself because you can't see what you're doing until you get back to the camera. So you want to improve your light painting, bring a friend along, right? And take turns, right? Take turns, and that way you learn light painting and you learn sort of the angles by one person takes on the directing view and the other person does the painting, but then switch off so that you both get those experiences. This is an image that Matt and his crew did. This is in Bryce, Matt? Yep. And working together to light paint to get a much better shot. We actually did this very expansive light painting. We had like 10 or 15 people light painting. We had the whole workshop. We went to the Desert Queen Ranch in Joshua Tree, which is a place you can only get access to by joining a group that gets you there. And so check out this blog, npan.co/BGDESQUE. Check out that blog because that talks about how we saw the vision, set up one camera because light painting can be very specific. If you get 2 or 3 feet away, it's going to look different. So we set up one camera, deployed the whole team to, we assigned them to different things to light paint, and then gave them the raw file to work on and process on their own, right? And then this is from our workshop. Shout out to Ed, he's here, he's in this shot. We love taking and sharing these parks and experiences together. We always do a group shot, and whether we do that group shot, again, under the beauty of the Milky Way or under a lighthouse. You know, we love kind of challenging ourselves, bringing it together, and then sharing that experience. We love doing night portraits. You know, I did this whole series of doing aurora night portraits with the team, you know, and to get your shot under the sky. So don't, you know, forget about, you know, don't just think about, you know, the landscape shooting, but also bringing home a picture of yourself or your friend, you know, under these beautiful dark skies. So, folks, I want to thank you. We've got a few minutes left over for questions. You can find out more, learn more, join us. These are our social handles. We also, again, nationalparksatnight.com. We do every year, first week of February, we do a virtual night photography conference called Night Photo Summit. And then in 2023 of May of next year, we'll be hosting the Nightscaper in-person night photography conference in Kuna, Utah. So definitely check that out. We also have a couple of our books. Chris has got an amazing book on photographing national parks. So if you want to get all the tips on all the parks out there, we've got this book right here, as well as my book on night photography, From Snapshots to Great Shots. So any questions?
Yeah, I think it was Matt who mentioned just make a photo and just set up the camera, set it at 15 seconds or whatever, and have the wait and shoot.
Yeah.
No one mentioned equivalent exposure. You ever sit down and say, this is the scene, I'll expose it now, and then just do the calculations for what?
Yeah, the question was, do we work with equivalent exposures after establishing that? The short answer is absolutely yes, all the time, without exception. You know, like, these are just starting points, jumping off points, and this is a brief presentation. So we often use high ISOs to gauge a couple of things: composition and exposure, you know? And from there, you would use equivalent exposure to ladder your way, usually down to lower ISOs to get a higher quality. So absolutely all the time. Yes, good question.
Do that in the middle of the night, so you're sitting here with
Yeah, there's,
cranking up the ISO and
yeah, the high ISO gives you a couple of things. Primarily, it saves you time. When you take a 30-second exposure or a 15-second exposure, it's a cheaper date than a 2-minute or 4-minute investment, right? So you can use the high ISOs to save you a lot of time to get on to making the important pictures. So they're like sketches. They're like making a sketch instead of a painting, right? Yeah. Good question. Thank you.
I don't see any other questions, yeah?
you mentioned it's not always best to have the higher megapixel camera.
Mm-hmm.
You use the Z6.
Mm-hmm.
What would be the difference between the Z6, let's say the Z7?
Yep.
Why would you use the Z6?
Sure. So the question was higher megapixel cameras, and we're looking at the Z7, which is I think a 40 megapixel camera, and this, 42, and the Z6, which is a 24, 26 megapixel camera. Why choose the lower megapixel camera? You know, so the benefits that we've seen, and I will say the higher megapixel cameras are getting better, and we're almost there. You know, it also used to be that, that was the rule. Don't use a higher megapixel camera. But I'm going to give you 2 examples why not to. Now, again, we have that full frame sensor. So now we have, the more room we have for those millions of pixels, you know, the less stress it's going to put on our processor. And if our processor is working overtime, you know, it's going to heat up and create more noise there, right? So another thing is with those higher megapixels, if you're anywhere interested in doing star trail stacking, right? You might need a new computer and more hard drives with that new camera, right? You know, imagine, you know, because oftentimes we're stacking 50, 100, 200, you know, images. And it's, again, now it's an ease on our computer and maybe our budget, you know, to do it there. But I will say, I've compared the Z6 and the Z7 side by side, and the Z7 is not far behind. I feel both those cameras, and I feel pretty much any new, especially I've been testing all the mirrorless cameras, so all the Sonys, Canons as well. All those newer versions of those cameras all safely get to 6400 ISO. Now, you and I might have the same camera and say our threshold is different, you know, but I also know that there's other techniques to, you know, get that noise down. But I think every camera right now, any new full frame camera can easily get to 6400, and some of them can push a little bit beyond that as well. So
I'll throw in one other reason. The signal to noise ratio is a big one, but when you've got more megapixels, if you're trying to do a star point photo, then those stars are going to appear to be moving a lot faster than if you're using a lower megapixel camera. So you might be able to get away with a 20-second exposure with a lower megapixel camera, but you find with that higher megapixel camera, you might only be able to get away with 10 seconds before those stars look like they're moving, because there's more pixels for them to move across, right? So that's another thing to think about is, because now if you're doing those kind of short exposures, you've got to do more processing to get those photos to look right.
And also say, we've all made prints on these 20, 30 megapixel cameras, 24 by 30, 30 by 40, no problem. Right, no problem there.
The only thing I'll add to that is just one thing. If you're committed to using a tracker, the higher megapixel might be a great choice instead, because you're tracking the stars to get the points instead of stacking them. So.
Yes?
Okay, on the same subject. I have two cameras, and I don't want to get the brand, but I want to know which one is better to use. I have the Canon 5D3, and I also have the higher megapixel camera, the Sony AR-74. So the question is, go with the higher megapixel camera or the lower megapixel?
Right, and that's a tough one too, because the 5D3 is a little bit older camera, right? So that camera, the 5D4 is a decent camera for night photography. I felt that could get up to 6400, but the 5D3 was a little 6400. You're going to need to massage it quite a bit. Now, I know a lot of night photographers that use the A7R4 there. If I were to choose a camera, like on the Sony side of things, of the R series, I'd probably go to the 3. To the 4 on that, but you've got the 4. I would say you're probably going to get better results with that 4. But if you're going to do star stacking and take multiple shots, have that Canon as that second camera for that. But the 4, and there's ways to get around and reduce that noise, whether you're using just one piece of software or doing stacking or tracking to get that software. But the A7R4 is decent at 6400 ISO, but is a little bit of a challenge to get higher. Okay, whereas I think the 5D3 is 3200 is kind of your max on that. 6400 is massaging. Okay.
All right, we're out of time. If anybody has questions, feel free to stop at our table. We're happy to chat for as long as you'd like. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, and we hope we inspired you to seize the night.
it's on too.
I'll do a quick intro.
Okay, hold on one sec.
Hello, hello. Thanks for the patience. We are back live. Thanks for joining us for the earlier sessions, but we're rolling right on to the next. Super excited to introduce our next speaker, Allan Henry. Allan, you and I have gotten to know each other over the last year or so at different industry events, and it's always been so fun to think about the future, think about our changing industry. We know we are in the midst of all this change, and we're seeing trade shows go about things a little bit differently, and we're seeing manufacturers go about things a little differently. So I really appreciate our conversations that we get to explore our industry and see where it's going. And I'm super excited to announce that you're now part of the B&H family. We now have your products on our shelves, and that is super exciting to me because I am an Atlas Packs user and backpack wearer, and I'm absolutely loving it. And I think that they're doing big things for our industry, and I can't wait for you guys to hear and see the rest of the presentation. So without further ado, Allan Henry from Atlas Packs.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Hi, Joe. Oh, this is a treat for me. So first, I don't know if you saw. There's a few little technical challenges, so I might have to peek at my notes a few times. I also have a bad habit of walking around, so I apologize to everybody that's online. I'll just pretend you guys aren't there because I can't see you anyway. So I'll start with the title. After 10,000 miles and 10,000 hours, you learn a few things. And I've got both of those under my belt, and the belt is a little bit of a euphemism, perspective, or a lead-in to part of the conversation that I'm going to have today. So, hello. I'll just make it really simple. My name is Allan Henry. I'm the general manager and founder at Atlas Packs. And chances are excellent you've never, ever heard of us, which is a big part of the reason that I'm here talking to you guys today. For more than 5 years, Atlas Packs has been a direct-to-consumer brand. And as part of that, I haven't worked with any retailers, but I've gone to events, and I've gone to shows, and I've learned an incredible amount during this process. And as Michael introduced earlier, why am I here today? And I'm here today because after about 4 years, my packs, Atlas Packs, are in B&H. And as a photographer, I pinch myself. I'm a little bit giddy right now because it's B&H. I'm standing up on the stage right now, a B&H stage. I got a personal Instagram tag on my feed this morning from B&H, and it's a little bit of a milestone. It's a little bit of a checkbox, and it's something I'm incredibly proud of. So how did I get here? It was early on in those 10,000 miles, but it was at a Photo Plus event in New York at the Javits Center. And it was before packs were available to the public. And after the event got done, I walked over to the B&H store and I sat in the lobby and I said, "Can I meet with a buyer?" And after about 45 minutes, Joel Berkowitz came out, and I had similar packs to these. And I met with Joel, and he goes, "I'm interested. I like these." And I go, "Good, because I'm not ready to work with you yet. But I will be one day." And that day is today. And next week, the packs arrive. And I hope you hop on the B&H site and take a look at them. And as part of the agreement I had with B&H, I said, "Can I get a little speaking spot? Can I introduce myself? Can I introduce my brand? Can I introduce my packs to the B&H audience, to the B&H community?" And they said yes. And then I said, because I don't know how to write a speech. Unlike everybody else that you've come here to see, they've got keynotes that they've got going back decades, right? They just change a couple of things. Like you saw how I was scrambling just to get the presentation notes synced up with this presentation. I was up last night. I was in the main ballroom cranking away on this morning because making speeches is not something that I feel comfortable with. So what do I feel comfortable with? Well, sorry, I'm jumping a little bit between my notes here. So as a photographer, as a photojournalist, I have learned that you need to reverse engineer things. And so I decided to reverse engineer what it takes to A, write a speech, and then I realized I had an even bigger problem. I didn't even really know what I wanted to talk to you guys about. So I said, all right, let's not worry about part 2. Let's focus in on part 1. And as a photojournalist, I'm used to dealing with lots of different situations. And you go and you do some research. And so as somebody who doesn't write speeches, what do? You start to break down the rules. And as a photojournalist, there's all sorts of rules for all sorts of sports, all sorts of things. And in golf, it's one thing. In baseball, it's another. So we'll get into that in a little bit. And so here's the part. Let's see if we can connect the tech with the presentation. So not too long ago, I went out and shot some hockey. And when you get, sorry, online peeps, when you get to the hockey arena, you go meet with the photog there for the Cardinals or whoever, and they show you this chart. And you got to pick a hole, right? And this is what a hole looks like. So there's no chair there. You're sitting on the metal stairs. And you got to slide this little thing open and closed. And now let's see if this works. Very exciting stuff. You can sit here, you're going to open and close it. And now there's rules when they're coming towards you. You actually close it because somebody hurt themselves. There's rules where you park, where you sit, where you stand. In baseball, get there early. I got to do all my metadata. I got to do all of my tagging, right? Throughout the game, I got to process picks. I've got to get them up. I've got to take breaks between innings. There's a constant amount of motion. There's a constant amount of action. There's a constant amount of workflow and back and forth to be able to create your deliverables, to deliver your deliverables, and then get back out there in order to go and create more. It's a constant cycle. And as you go through all of the rules and the regulations for all of these different sports, it just becomes part of your process. It becomes part of reverse engineering, and it's ultimately what makes photographers so great at what we do, because all of you are here today to learn from those people like Joe and Sapna and Susan and everybody else about their secrets, about their recipes, about all of their workflow and optimization so that you can interpret it. So I decided I'm going to go to the experts. I'm going to go over to TED Talk and do a little bit of research and figure out what it actually takes to create a speech. And so when you go to TED Talk, they link you to this PDF over here, and it starts to walk you through a process. And I found this process to be incredibly helpful. And one of the things that this process included was some links to other people that have, two people that have given TED Talks. I ain't giving no TED Talk. So I'm going to talk about 2 of those for just 1 minute. And this is Terry Moore. And Terry did a TED Talk, as you can see by the title, on how to tie your shoes. 7.9 million views. I said to myself, wow, this guy must really know what he's talking about. So I clicked. I'll save you the click. As it turns out, I tie my shoes correctly. I'm not sure if you do, but I'm also not sure it's worth the click. This is Joe Smith. Joe did a talk on how to use a paper towel. 3.8 million views. I clicked. As it turns out, I have been using a paper towel completely wrong my whole entire life, and I bet all of you are too, and I highly encourage you to click and add to those 3.8 million views because it's insightful and it's absolutely worthwhile. So what did TED Talk, what did these 2 guys teach me? I'll go back a second. First, the shortness and the conciseness that I need to break this presentation up into parts. And guess what? We're in part 1 right now. So kind of worked you in there. And the second part, and this is how I get to the second part of my presentation, Joe specifically got the audience involved in the presentation. And what Joe did was he asked the audience to say 2 words. And what Joe did, he said, say the word fold and crumple. That makes sense for paper towels. Doesn't make sense for Atlas packs. So for you guys, your 2 words are, thank you. Okay, practice it one more time. Okay, good. There it is. Very easy. Now, I'm going to show you a series of photos. I didn't take any of them. I pulled them all off of Google. And I'm going to coach your feedback in this manner. Each one of the photos represents either the word bag or the word pack. And there are absolutely right answers, and there are absolutely wrong answers. And I'm really curious to see where all of you guys end up. So we'll start with an easy one. Show the photos. Okay. So let me move these here. I didn't realize we had some height issues, so I'll do that way you can see. All right. So it's amazingly hard to find a picture of a dog pooping on the internet that looks somewhat cute. So in this example, what's the answer? Bag? You want to bag this or you want to pack it? Okay, good. You guys have got it. Bag or pack? Pack. Why pack? Why not bag?
Because it shows the arrangement of the items inside.
That's right.
The act of packing.
Thank you. I appreciate your lead-in. Here we have a bunch of apples. Here we have a bunch of apples. There are different stages of the process. Bless you.
This one's bag, this one's pack.
That's right. So bagging conveys an efficiency, a quickness, a lack of, I don't want to say a lack of care, but care doesn't necessarily need to be taken. Here, you're moving something from the manufacturer to the reseller, so you have to take care. It's much more done in bulk, right? Do you pack a car or bag a car? You pack a car. Same as before, okay? You get to the end, what are we doing? Are they bagging your groceries?
Depends on who you are.
Now times we have to end up doing it ourselves, right? They're both right. Depends where it is in the process. Once again, organization, efficiency, something delicate, something heavy. Is that something you want to bag, or is that something you want to? And this is the core of the speech. And this is ultimately how I'm coming back around to all of the stuff in my mind. It has never, ever made sense to bag camera gear. Part 2. So let's talk a little bit about camera gear. Let's go back a little bit in time. So this is on Sunday morning. So I've just done four days, including the practice round. I got one more day to go, right? So you see the distance there? You see those steps? And I've got a little think tank pouch, Mindshift pouch over here with a 24-105 inside of it. And we'll see how she works out. I'll be on assignment this week with USA Today Sport. All right, so I'll skip all that other stuff. But I don't carry a backpack when I'm out working in the field. I use my hip belt system over here, and I layer on a 200-600 on one side and a 70-2 on the other, and I use a ThinkTech pouches, and I'm out there hoofing, and I'm out there walking. And this picture is my favorite golf photo that I didn't take, because this is me right here, right? And this is one of the more infamous moments in golf. And if you follow golf, we're at a really interesting crux point, because most of the players, a good chunk of the players have left the PGA Tour, which, as a side note, as creators, is a really interesting juxtaposition, because I've just come to realize that the value of my assets that I've worked for over a decade on have just plummeted in value, because the association between all these people in the tour that used to be doesn't exist anymore. And so it's interesting to see why these organizations try to control the likeness and the rights to all those imagery, because once those people are gone, it's hard to find value in them. But that's a story for another day. And on this day, that was me. And in the years that I covered professional golf, this photo was emblematic of why I did such a good job. I viewed my job as a fan with an all-access pass, and I put myself into positions to go and get the shot that nobody else got. And so this was my view from that perspective. Everybody else was shooting in, and this was the photo that I ended up with. And as you can see, I'm the only one back there. For my whole golf career, I made a point of going where nobody else was. And if I had to be next to somebody, I looked at what they were shooting with and I grabbed another lens. Because you can't compete with Getty and AP and Reuters because they have a much bigger trench and more access, so you have to come at things from a different perspective. And I have lost count. I stopped counting. I have thousands and thousands of images in published. I have tens and millions of views on those images. I've got Photo of the Year from Sports Illustrated, Golf Magazine. I'd go out and do assignments and shoots. I have good expertise from portraiture, covers, detail work, winning moments. I've also been hit by both Rory and by Tiger. Different rounds, that's me, right there. And then this was the shot coming in on Sunday. Yeah, me, I'm out of there. Can't even tell you how many thousands of hours. I only had 4 conversations with him in my whole life. Very interesting human. A lot of work with the PGA
Best
Tour.
of on the way.
Right, it's Max Homa. I tag team a lot with video crews because of the tech. Everything's silent and it's mirrorless now. When I was covering full time, you had to be on a generator 100 yards away on the silent 1DX just to try and get something figured out. I do a lot of media portraits. This was the NCAAs a couple of weeks ago. About 140 players coming by in about 3 hours. So I love shooting. I love working. I love all the conditions that it comes with. And I love standing in fields. I love waking up early. I love getting bitten by bugs and all of the other little things because it makes me use my products under the gun and under pressure. And as part of that process, I have come to learn a lot about the fact that the world does not need any more camera bags. So, I decided to not correct this. I decided to leave it in because it really illustrates how ubiquitous the term bag is with camera gear. And I don't believe that, technically speaking, any of the current products in the B&H actually are technically a camera or are technically a backpack. 99% of what's in the market is really just a bag being called a backpack, but it doesn't fundamentally meet the requirement. And I say this with all love for camera bags. I have plenty of them. And I'm not looking to disparage another product or another brand. It's not about that. It's about finding a tool that makes sense for specific activities. And the confusion in the market is how do you define what is really a bag versus what is really a pack. And so this is the third part of the presentation. And I used this photo before, and I used it in context to bagging and to packing. And now I'm going to use this photo in context to bags versus packs. I have this truck. Not this truck. I have a F-150, not this fancy. This, would you guess, is a 4x2 or a 4x4 looking at it? I drive an F-150 4x2 because I like the mileage, I like the lower cost up front, I like the cheaper insurance. I don't need the suspension and the lifted tires. As a parallel, on my personal life, I drive a camera bag. I do not drive an Atlas pack. I do not have the need for all the overbuilt stuff that comes with a 4x4. I'm perfectly happy with a 4x2. And in many regards, that same philosophy applies to your camera gear. There are fantastic reasons to use camera bags, and there are absolutely wrong times to use it, and this is where the confusion comes into the market. And so I'm going to drill in just a little bit and hopefully pique your interest enough by coming around the horn to actually talk about my products a little bit. But before I get there, I want to coach this in terms of just some of the fundamental differences. When you are looking for a product to hold your camera gear, you're going to find that bags come in fixed liter sizes, 25, 35, 45, whatever it is. There's really no expandability there. So bag companies will create a whole bunch of SKUs that cover a number of ranges. A pack is expandable. It can go from one size to another size, and in doing so, it covers a full range. I'll pull these things up later. I want to keep that guy free. And so we have one pack that goes from 20 liters to 40 liters, and another pack that goes from 35 to 60 because we don't know how much we need. And I'll get back to the size in a second. As it relates to how all those sizes fit us, bags are not sized based upon how tall you are. To be a pack, you have to be configured based upon a torso length, and the torso length has to be adjustable, or the pack has to come in different torso lengths in order to fit you correctly. On a fundamental design basis, a bag is carried on your shoulders, and if there is something around the waist, that's designed to keep it close to your body, right? The weight's here, and the attachment to your body's here. Backpacks are completely the other way. The shoulders keep it close to your body, and the hips are what hold it up. It's the opposite end of the field. I'm not saying one's right. I'm not saying one's wrong. But within a given purpose or a given task, there's a benefit to both. If bags have some type of hip strap on them, it doesn't have any cushion. It's usually not removable, and it's sewn in. And what happens is, as soon as you weight it down, the thinness of it just makes it torque down. And so the weight is back up on your shoulders. You need a hip belt that has a curvature and a padding to rest on top of your iliac, not squeeze your iliac and stomach together to keep everything up. And more importantly, belts should be available, in different sizes, because we are all in different sizes. So the belts go up to 54, and there's an extension should you need. Bags are floppy and without structure. If you don't fill them with anything, they're just gonna fall. Packs have a frame, not always removable, but usually, to give it structure. And ultimately, the crux of it is that bags, camera bags specifically, need to be filled with smaller bags, right? Inserts or ICUs, in order to stand up. And when you take a bunch of weight and you put it in something, and there's a separation between that weight and the structure, you end up without any weight distribution. And so when you have a product that has no structure, that's carried on your shoulders, that doesn't distribute weight, and you overload it by more than 15 pounds, every pound after that is coming onto your shoulders. The average camera bag weighs 22 pounds, right? Which doesn't sound like a lot. But when you think about how much pressure that creates and how that all starts to add up, it all becomes incredibly, incredibly significant. So let's trickle back over here to our friends over at TED Talk, because there was a recipe there and there was a formula there, and that all spoke to the timing, and it also spoke to the title. And I gave you a title for my speech earlier, right? 10,000 miles and 10,000 hours. But as it relates to this, I'm going to give you my TED Talk title. And the TED Talk title is How to Put on a Backpack. So hopefully, can I come? Is that okay, guys? Over here? Is that all right? So in order to put a backpack on, because we've all worn backpacks in our life, the way I try to describe it is as like a little turtle shell, where I really want the pack up high. And the reason I want the pack up high on me is I want it to fall down. I don't want to tighten it where I want it to land. I want it to slot down and go from, is this okay on the scratchy? I don't know how it's working. All right. So start it up high, and you see how it's floating a little bit up here? That is a little part of the goal. So when I tighten my hip belt and I push it down, I should be able to stay forward, right? But you see how the pack is just standing up there? And that is where you go from carrying something up here. You see how it's just, I'm using these shoulder straps to keep it close to me, not to keep the weight up. And I've got all my weight. If I were to push hard on here, it's not going anywhere on me. Now, it's a little floaty, it's a little high, right? And that's where some of these simple adjustments come in. Pull there. Get in here and adjust the load lifters, right? And I don't know if it makes sense to you guys in your eyes, but you think about rules of thirds and lines and all those things all the time. So just think about fulcrums and pressure, and everything is resting right here on me. I have no pressure up here. And this means I can walk indefinitely. I will be tired. My legs will ache. But my back and my shoulders and my sternum, when I wake up the next morning, I'm not feeling anything here. When I work and I'm carrying all that gear, the only thing around my neck is really my credential. I don't want any, I want to be free and unencumbered over here. I've been in situations where you got to protect yourself, something's coming, you got to move. I want to try and keep my hands free. Personally, I don't like having clips and cameras up here. I find it too heavy. There's a potential for something to go into your face, and it's also an awkward motion. Having things here, just on a practical basis, when you think about police officers and military, I mean, everybody carries everything on their hips. I've never understood why the photography community thinks we have it right by carrying everything up here. It makes absolutely no sense to me. And so the opportunity to carry something and to wear something, catching myself up, that's comfortable and fitted and purposeful is my objective here. And let me give you just a little quick.
Small business owners know they've got to be prepared
You're
for
welcome, Constant
anything.
Contact.
You gotta be prepared.
Okay, there we go. Let's see if we can do this. To show you, so this is the athlete pack. 20 liter to 40 liter. All of this equipment still meets the requirements for carry-on travel, right? Both of the packs, whether it's the athlete or here is the bigger adventure. This guy actually removed the hip belt. It'll end up going under the seat if you need to in a pinch. And this is essentially the same bag over here. So this gives you a good understanding of what it can do outside of photography as well. So there's a number of accessories and straps that are also available, cargo nets, so that you can layer and tie anything else on. All right, let's see if I can escape. Where's my keynote? Let's see. Are we back? Uh-oh. Where are we at here, guys? Did I jack it up? I keep tapping on it. Sorry, everybody. The good news is I've only got 2 more slides left, so I almost made it.
Always with the Alt tab, right?
Yeah, I tried that one.
Were you in Kino?
Yeah, just Keynote. Just seemed weird that it's up here. It's just not showing.
Let's let me take a quick look. I need to gather windows. I think.
Oh, it was that last video. I should have embedded it. And that's what happened. I linked out to YouTube.
Yeah.
Oh, 4-finger swipe. Thank you, Michael. Okay, so my job at Atlas Packs fundamentally is to listen and learn. I'm a good photographer. If I never take another picture in my life, I'll be sad, but I've met that requirement. But I don't shoot like you. I don't spend as many hours as you guys traversing mountains or working in the city. I have a niche that has given me an opportunity to be in some amazing places and experience amazing things, and ultimately it has led to standing up here and being part of B&H and the photography community. But I am not an expert when it comes to the world of outdoors. I'm not an expert when it comes to landscape photography. And this is ultimately one of the beauties of my role at Atlas Packs. I also didn't come up with the original design or the name or the branding. And so I'm not personally attached to any one feature, functionality, or component. What I am personally attached to is making sure that it's one of the most well-made and well-designed products available to photographers. And my goal here isn't to sell you a camera bag or a camera pack, right? B&H has already bought them, so I'm happy. But my goal is to impart on you that when you do need a product that's comfortable and is fitted and is purposeful and allows you to travel and, most importantly, carry non-camera gear. And if I could just add one last thing, part of the reason I never went to retail was because I always had a hang-up between people coming into a camera shop and wanting a product that carried something that camera shops don't carry. Said another way, we go into camera shops looking for a product that carries our camera gear. We don't come into camera shops looking for a product that carries non-camera gear. And it's taken a long time for the market to kind of turn and to see a value in a product that isn't specific for camera. When I showed up at the Palm Springs Photo Festival in 2017, people said, "Why do you have camping bags at a camera show?" And today it's 2022, and I am still stoked that my products are now part of the B&H family. And my goal and my ultimate reason that I'm here and that I want to make Atlas Packs successful is that I want to be part of the fabric of the community. I want to provide a service, and I want to make all of your lives and experiences better. And so with that being said, thanks for staying through some of the technical challenges. Thanks for hanging while I went around the horn with a little bit of the story in my background. And if you have any questions, I'm here to answer, and I'm happy to stay. So thank you very much. Appreciate it. Oop. Ah. Yes. Yes, sir. Yeah, the net, so we've got various accessories. I don't know if Molly is a big part of tactical, the world, military, fire, and so there's, if you ever want nice pouches, there's a whole series of Molly pouches. So we've got things like nets that click on. We've got inserts that go on the inside. And if you want to feel, if you guys want to come up and kind of feel any of the hip belts, if you want to play with any of the packs, you're more than welcome to.
What do nets do?
So,
Give me a practical application.
So this is a good application, right? Let's just say you walk out, you got a pair of wet shoes, you got a pair of shoes. You walk out, you go to the Narrows, and you'd have something wet that you want to drag back out, right? You can attach things to the outside. But this isn't something 95% of people are gonna need, right? The opportunity is to create a product that meets the needs on a photography level and on a travel level. And then from there, there's more niche activities, whether it's skiing or skate, whatever it might be that you would then want to break into. I've decided to not build a photo ski pack, right? That's too niche-y. But having a pack that can be adjusted for backcountry, that can be adjusted for skiing, is the goal. So I talked about some of my personal accolades, but this pack just won Camera Bag of the Year from Carryology. This pack was the same one. Ski Magazine called it Backcountry Backpack of the Year. Outside Magazine gave us gear awards. So and I did all of that stuff direct to consumer. Now that I'm kind of getting back into the retail, I'm trying to learn what the retail channel kind of requires, and it's an interesting transition to get between the two. Yeah.
I was going to say, long overdue, because I have a million bags, different types of travel. I do overnight trips for business. I want to bring my camera, but I'm not really packed properly for it. Just mixing stuff. So I really
Good. And while you guys are still hanging, I didn't include this as part of my presentation, but I really didn't want to speak too much about the product, candidly, right? So I'm happy to do that now. But one of the unique features is I talked about how everything is sewn in. And so you have an infrastructure here that's very different from what's typical kind of in the industry per se. I've also got some other little, give me a second, some other stuff in the back there, right? So we have a patent on this feature, and if you push this, you see how this moves? Right? So this is we call this an origami camera core. I'll pull this little trinket I got. So this now moves space to the other side. And these dividers and the way that they're configured are unlike any other dividers on the market, right? Every other divider is very hard, stiff, and has a right angle. These are all flexible, and you can bend, and you can work into the corners. And the reason you need to do that is that's how you get all the weight distribution, right? Because if stuff is loose and it's jumbling around, it's going to move around. Here you can see I've got this thing open, and I can work out of my pack with it open like this. Like I can just hang it from my tripod and leave it like this and grab stuff out because everything has its little space. And then you'll notice how thin this is this way. Well, it's only at about half of its available volume. So the pack will go from that smaller size to having essentially a 40-liter. Does that make sense to you guys? Right, so you got 40 liters that you can fill it up with in terms of overall space. So you can go from that to that based on your needs. And then our adventure pack, thank you, is fully modular. You can remove the shoulder straps completely, remove the hip belt completely. It's got a fireman carry handle that can hold well over 500 pounds. So I can't break this thing. The machine maxed out. So this essentially can become a soft case Pelican. And this guy starts at 35 liters and will go up to 60 liters. But in this size, it will still fit on an airplane easily. And you will see this is the overall capacity, and it's got a double fold system. So this is 6 liters of capacity down here. This is enough for one body, 2 or 3 lenses. And then you got 44 liters on the inside of the case, if that makes sense. So every one of these folds shifts space between the front and the back of the camera compartment. So there's no ICU. You don't need to buy a bunch of inserts that you stick in here. All you have to do is pull this, reconfigure your dividers, and repurpose the front side of the pack for that space. And one of the pieces that's important when you get into design is making sure that you're not creating any type of compromise, but you're creating all sorts of workarounds, because ultimately that's what photography is. You need to know where the limitations are and work within them. So this frame is removable because if there's ever a time where you need to squeeze it into something, the frame can work against you because it means you've got a hard edge or a hard corner. So you remove this frame, you remove the belt. This is 9 inches of depth, which is enough to fit under a seat. Right? I'm not saying you would want to, but I've been in every situation imaginable, and I have 7,500 units that have been sold over the last 4 or 5 years. And I've done a really, really good job of staying in touch with those consumers, because you have to as a direct-to-consumer brand. And the feedback loop that I've received from them, essentially from all of you, is what's given me kind of the confidence and the motivation to continue to update and improve this design. Through COVID, I was out of inventory for a year and a half solid, and I used that time to redevelop these packs into what you see now. There is not going to be another update to these. I've essentially created a situation where there's a firmware update component to this. The components can be changed out, down to the foam if it wears out, as well as there's a bevy of other little accessories that are going to be kind of coming down the line and down the pipe. So, sorry?
What model is it?
So this is the Athlete model. I only have 2 SKUs, so it's really easy. And then this is the bigger one here is our Adventure model. The Adventure comes in gray and black, and I think I have the gray one down here. And then the Athlete comes in black. It comes in this yellow. I'll just pop this stuff off. And then there's also a gray. And the gray I reversed out just so you guys can see. So you also, if you ever want to see the quality of construction on something, reverse it out. So this is a reversed out pack. You look how clean the lines are. You can start to see all the bar tacks. That's where all the strength comes from. And then you start to get a sense for the construction. So this is how it's sewn in, right? It's all inside out. Here's the rain cover on the outside. And then this little guy is just an insert that I'm working on. That'll be available later on this year. And that connects to the frame and to the sides, right? So here's that origami. It just pushes down and out. And then same here. This frame can be removed. Bring the bag down smaller.
Can you reverse that back in?
Sure. Which one?
I want to see the real way.
Oh, you want to see it? Sure.
I never reversed the bag.
Yeah, you wouldn't. Just normal. So this is kind of how they come, right? So to save space in the container, I have them reverse everything out and not put any of the foam in. So all this foam here is totally removable. So we put the foam in. All right. And then you reverse it out. And doing it that way also lets you clean the whole thing, right? Because you can get in there and you can clean everything out. All right, so there you go. And the rain cover is integrated. And then I'm just back here.
Okay, what's your weakest link on a backpack or a bag?
What do you mean weakest link?
The weakest,
The hip belt.
nope, the thing that always fails.
Oh, the zipper.
Zipper.
Yeah.
Freaking zipper things.
Yeah, the
You're
zippers.
not going to break on those, are they?
No. I've only had one zipper blow out in 7,500 units.
It's the little clip that you grab to pull around.
Yeah,
That breaks off.
the reason, well, that's replaceable. But the reason is it's just there's too much pressure, right? The ICU pushes out. And the ICU design requires a zipper pressure fit to hold it in. So when you think about the ICU fits inset to the zipper, which means the zipper is what keeps the ICU from coming out. And your camera gear has really no ability to stay in there unless you somehow work all of the dividers really, really tightly. But everything jumbles around, right? So there it is, basically reversed down. This is the Adventure model, right?
What do those packs weigh?
This pack weighs 5.5 pounds, and that one weighs 4.5 pounds. Other way around. This is the Athlete. This is the Adventure. That's the Athlete. Yeah.
This is the piece that always breaks.
Which one?
Right here.
Yeah.
These always break. And I lose all this, and then I have to zip from this side.
Do you ever get salt in it? Okay, then yeah. They really,
It's just-
they could just be an inferior, it could be an inferior zipper. I'm not
Like that.
sure. Anybody else have any thoughts, questions? Yeah.
Yeah, I just had a little quick anecdote. I'm a lot taller than you, but on my last physical, I'm in IT, so I carry laptop list networking tools. My doctor weighed the backpack and said, "How do you carry it?" And New York
Yeah.
subway carry one show. So he was telling me, "Don't do that." So
Yeah.
So the fact that doctors, a good doctor actually asks those questions, and what comes out is, do it the right way.
Yeah.
Really, long-term health is better. It's a good thing to realize that.
Yeah.
The other thing is that, some of us may have heard from our wives or partners, no more camera bags.
Yes.
That is the thing that's probably the hardest thing.
Dude,
Not plugging that
that's the first thing. Everybody's like, I don't need any more camera bags. I'm like, you're right. You don't need any more, right? You need a pack, and it's why I've taken this perspective, because we know when something's missing from our arsenal. I don't need to sell anybody on something. Like, you're all astute consumers that have been shooting for a long time. We know what's available in the market. So if what's currently available is meeting your needs, it's fantastic. I'm not looking to duplicate what's already out there. I'm looking to have a whole different conversation with all of you, and I'm not in a rush to have it. It'll happen one way or the other. Camera gear is the most expensive, delicate, and heaviest thing you'll ever carry, ever carry on your back, and you need a packet. Period. The end. You just need a packet, or you're working against yourself. And hopefully you want to pack it in an Atlas pack. So go from there. The 16-inch MacBook will fit. Yeah, or it's.
14 inches, no problem.
Yeah, exactly. Yes?
So the belt, we can attach gears to the belt.
One more time.
So the belt to the pack, we can take the pack off if we want and attach gears to the belt.
Yes, exactly. There's a caveat to that, and the caveat is that the buckles that this comes with standard have an incredibly good release point, and it can just naturally click out on you. So I have a secondary buckle called a mag buckle, specifically for that purpose. So in the example I showed you when I'm working, I have a mag buckle because that can carry and support all the weight. And I learned that almost the hard way because I had this buckle and I was shooting spring training and I went like this and everything fell. But it's the 5th time or 50th time it's happened to me, and so I never shoot unless I'm standing on grass. It's just a rule I baked into my brain. And so I freaked out for a split second and said, I'm standing on grass, so not a big deal. And I was like, I need to get a different buckle because he doesn't get to work. So I have a magnetic buckle for $20. That'll essentially accomplish that. But I do plan to sell these belts. I think these belts standalone will kill it. Like, if I didn't have the packs and I just made belts, I think I could still kill it. Like, there's so much of a demand and a need for comfortable hip belts without a pack, just that you can walk around and carry, the think tank pouches. I've used them my whole career. I love think tank, but their belts suck, right? Spider clip, I love the spider clips. The belts suck, right? And that's okay. They can make sucky things that work great. They can make fantastic things that have sucky belts, right? Because their purpose isn't the belt there. Their purpose is the carry piece. And I'm going to make the fantastic belts. And those things will all work. So this has all Molle, which is M-O-L-L-E, all capitals, not the other Molle. And this will help support and carry from the peak clips to the spider clips to all the think tank pouches. Yeah.
Things clip into here.
Yeah, exactly. And you guys are welcome to come and play around and pick it apart and ask me any questions or whatever. Yeah.
Hello, hello, and welcome back to the second stage. Thanks for everyone who's here in the room, and waving to everyone who's watching from home. We want to see those comments. Let us know where you're watching from. I popped on earlier and saw we had people in the Galapagos today watching, Panama, and I want to see the rest of them. So I'm talking to you guys at home. Let's see where you're from. So next on stage, we have Erik Kuna. He's going to be talking about rocket launches. So the official title is Blast Off, how to photograph rocket launches like a pro. Super excited to welcome him on stage and enjoy everybody. Thanks for being here.
All right. Well, thanks. Yeah, so we're going to blast off here. So everybody joining at home, everybody here, I'm so glad you're here. This is going to be interesting because this is a topic I don't get to talk about much. I usually talk about astrophotography, landscape photography, stuff like that, because we train on photography. But this is really where I camp out. I am a professional rocket photojournalist, which sounds so weird. It actually sounds a lot cooler than it is. Like, we'll see some of the behind the scenes stuff that we'll get to. But I love it. I absolutely love it. If you want to know more about me afterwards, I have my website where you can find out all about the rocket photography stuff. This is also a great place where if I have any classes, workshops, stuff that we do, it can all be found there. So this is the kind of stuff that I take. I take pictures of rockets lifting off, going into space, carrying payloads, carrying astronauts, documenting that process of us doing space travel, space exploration, either anything to do with the space industry. So stuff like this, where we're shaking shots of the rocket lifting off and the engines, getting the detail, capturing moments of time. This is the passage of time of the rocket lifting off from the beach. Or, again, passage of time, showing that, and you can see the stars trailing, because this is a really long exposure, getting up to about 8 minutes there. So you're seeing the stars trail, the moon there rising, and you're able to get that all in one shot. And then here, where we're able to actually capture the rocket up in the upper atmosphere at night, so this is when it's outside of our atmosphere, it's lighting up because of the gas exchanges of what's happening out in space, and you get these really cool nebulous effects. Or just getting like really in detail shots, telling the story of like these powerful engines and what they're able to capture. And what thrust they're able to throw out. And you can see I put up the settings on the side. Very much the settings, they don't change much for certain types of shots. So that's why, again, here though, we're doing a different type of shot, which we'll get to later, and we'll break down all the different types of shots that we do. And then sometimes telling the story of like the rocket on the pad, or sometimes we're telling the story through taking pictures of people, astronauts. But this is usually what I'm doing. This is the craziness that I do, is I'm out at 3 o'clock in the morning, and a rocket launches, and I'm out on the beach, and there's one of my buddies who ended up coming along with me, Joe. He's out there on the beach with us, and we're capturing the launch going off, and we're just capturing what's happening. But the reason I'm here at 3 o'clock in the morning at this spot is because I'm trying to tell a different story. So this was one where we're out there in the morning, and it's on the east coast of Florida in the springtime, so we're able to capture the Milky Way with the rocket. So again, taking these stories and kind of like putting these things together, and all these things that we can do to kind of elevate the story of what we're doing with space. And I do a lot of this right now. This is where I've landed, to where I'm pretty much all working for an agency here out of New York, a supercluster. So we do all things space, so all space stories. What I love about being able to work with supercluster is, when in the past I did a lot of photojournalism for traditional outlets, they always didn't like the creative shots. They wanted the boring shots. And what's cool about supercluster is they allow me to kind of break out of that mold. But we have things like, stories on space. We have a launch tracker, so if you ever want to know when a launch is happening, launch tracker, track all the astronauts that are in space or have been in space. We even have apps that do stuff with the ISS and showing what vehicles are there, and always developing other tools for people who are into space. And then another thing, because of the creativity that they allow, one of the shots that I won Aviation Week's photo contest last year for, so I won the space category in the photo contest, is I credit a lot of this to somebody like my agency, allowing me to do stuff that is unconventional. These shots were not conventional. They were not something that people were doing, and allowing me the latitude to do things outside of the norm. So you can see there, that's the rocket actually up in the upper atmosphere. There's 4 astronauts on that little dot that's burning up there on a second stage, and you can see the star field behind it. So you've got the star field, you've got the astronauts, and they are way up there in the atmosphere. And you can see, to capture something like that, I've got to just long enough to let in enough light, just wide as I can to let in the most light, and then I've got to have it be very sensitive to that light, because all this is moving, which I'm an action photographer. I really love action, aviation, aerospace, Milky Way. I'm an action photographer. And the Milky Way thing, the Earth is rotating super, super fast. And that's why I just love all these action things. But I was able to, again, with other shots, win even Editor's Choice, because again, we're doing stuff that's outside the norm. This is a shot this is the rocket being lit up in the darkness. So I am in twilight. The rocket is being lit up by what we call orbital sunset. So it's being lit up by the sunset in the upper atmosphere, in the orbit outside of our planet. So it's being lit up by that, and that's why you're seeing that gradation. That gradation is sunset that you're seeing in the rocket. So we're able to pick up these things, communicate these things. So why would I say, hey, why shoot a rocket launch? It is magical. If you've never seen a rocket launch in person, I'm an advocate for everybody should see this. You just feel better about humanity. You feel like, wow, I can't believe we're doing this. Especially, and really what got me back, I've always been into this stuff. I'm kind of a little bit of a nerd like that. I just always been into this stuff. But really what got me back into this is when I saw a booster land. When I saw a booster coming back at these supersonic speeds and just stop, hover, and land straight up, you're like, wow, we can do that. Humanity can do that. Like, that's really cool. And that just got me all lit up. And then I was like, that was in 2015. And then in 2017, I started doing this to where I put everything into, this is going to be the type of photography. I want to document this process. To the point now where I'm able to do this pretty much any launch that has something that's a story to tell. But with that said, anybody can do this. And that's like anything in photography, but anybody can do this. It really is not something that is unobtainable. It looks like it, because I have people talk to me about like that all the time. It looks like it, but anybody can do this. And I know that might sound crazy, like I would never shoot a rocket. I would never shoot a launch. But just stick with me, because I think it's easier than you would think. The first thing is, never a better time to try out rocket photography. There is major spaceports all over the world. And really here in America, like we have 75% of the population here is within like a day's drive of one of those major spaceports. In fact, here we're in New York City right now. Right down over in Wallops Island, Virginia, is the Mid-Atlantic Regional Spaceport. And that is a place that launches 2 to 3 launches a year. You can see them from the city. Seen great shots, pictures from the city. I would love to shoot one time from the city if Supercluster's listening. So there you go. And then the frequency, we're getting to that point too, where I can't even cover every launch. It used to be, we'd have a launch once a month, once every couple weeks, 3 weeks, something like that. We're getting to the point right now where we're having a launch a week. We're ahead of a pace of a launch a week, and it's only gonna get more. And then gear. When we're talking about gear, really this is what we need. We need a camera, and one of the things I'll talk about, we need some kind of bulb or trigger mode where we can trigger the camera. We need a wide lens if we're going to shoot those streak shots. We're going to need a telephoto if we're going to do those close-ups. We need a tripod to steady our camera if we're doing stuff like that. Or we're going to need a cable release. And really, at the end of the day, that'll cover pretty much everything I shoot, except for one thing, and you'll see in here, of a little condition. So starting out, definitely keep it simple. What do we have to do to shoot a launch? Well, first we just got to find a launch. You got to find a launch that you could go to, preferably a night launch. And you say like, well, why go to a launch? When you think about it, like, we'll travel as photographers. 'Cause I have this all the time. People have talked to me about, we'll have photographers talk to me like, oh, I never could go to a launch. I could never travel that far. But that same person just got off a plane from Iceland where they went for a week to go, shoot landscape and travel photography. If this is something that interests you, again, a couple-hour plane ride, a less than a day's drive, and you're at that place and able to capture something that you've never captured before. But the first thing is, finding a launch. There's tons of apps, but again, we have an app for iOS or Android that tracks that stuff. Then you just got to find a location. There's tons of places to watch a launch where you don't have to have access. And here, I'll show you, for example, if I'm down in the Cape. Here's a lot of the spots that I have marked and that I've shot, or in places that I've shot. And then you can see where there's the red. That's the restricted areas. So you can see there's plenty of places outside there where you could definitely shoot something. And then there's that little kind of yellow area. That's the area that sometimes that's closed, and it's usually a factor of if astronauts and the trajectory of the rocket. Sometimes that national seashore above Cape Canaveral is closed. But there's tons of places around the Cape that you can see great launches. And inside the red area, you can get Kennedy Space Center has tours that will take you out there and let you photograph the launch from inside that red area. And then you're planning the shoot. It's like anything. You're planning, like, what is the trajectory? What is the time of day that it's launching? What's my cloud cover going to be like? What are the sources of light that I'm going to get into my scene? What access am I going to have? And then what I want my composition to be. These are all things this is everything. Those are all the things that go into planning every one of the shots that you see. Like, you're just running through those things. But there's a tool now that's really cool for making this that we didn't have. I didn't have this tool. I wish I would have had this tool. There's so many things I could have done back in the day. But now I can do so many cool things because of tools like this. There's actually a tool to visualize a rocket launch, right? And you can actually visualize via like even down to, you can pick a GPS coordinate, it'll pull in the Google Maps, it'll show you where the trajectory of the rocket's going to be, and you can actually line that up with your camera model, the camera lens you're using, all that stuff. It's called Flight Club. So it's flightclub.io is the website. So they have actually right there a photographer's toolkit, and that's something that I use all the time. Where we get in there, we can go to the toolkit, and you can see right here. Then we'll break down how we would use something like that. But then we're gonna. Oh, and I'll have a time at the end for questions. We could definitely take them. And then what we're doing is the final thing is we're praying it doesn't scrub, right? And one of the things with launches is this is the part, but I kind of equate this to landscape photography. There's many a times where I wake up in the morning, go out for a landscape photography shoot, and I never share a shot because the sun was bad, it was overcast, just something was wrong with the shoot. But rocket photography, it's a 60-40 proposition right about now. That 6 out of the 10 times I'm going out, it's going to launch, but 4 out of the 10, it's not going to. It's moving towards 70-30 lately. It's kind of like it's changing a little bit, but then you have to count on it being 50-50. And then you just enjoy the show, and that's what's so cool about it is, especially if you're going out for the first time and you're capturing a streak shot or something like that, you can just enjoy what's going on and really seeing that. So that's the first type of shot that I'll talk about. One is a streak shot, where you're showing the passage of time of the rocket. So here you can actually see on here, you've got the rocket streaking over. There's kind of the Milky Way tail faintly in that shot, and then you can see there's a little line coming down where the booster is landing. On the right side of where it took off. And then here's another one where we're able to do something creative. This is a Millennium Falcon Lego. The rocket Falcon 9 was named after, or the namesake is from the Millennium Falcon, so we kind of incorporated that into a shot. I did a little light painting on it and let the rocket kind of take off and boost back and land. Or here, another story with Tesla and SpaceX. These Tesla and SpaceX. This is the big thing. So when the Model 3 came out, we got a S, a 3, and an X, and had that going over the top of a rocket going off, a SpaceX rocket. Or telling a different story. This is actually my daughter out on the beach, and we just got we got an astronaut costume. And then through Flight Club, again, planned this out where I had her stand in there. She pointed to where the middle of the streak would be in the sky, took her picture, took her exposure. She came out, ran the exposure of the rocket going off, and then you've got this shot. So different things you tell. And then here, different type is a telephoto streak, where you're actually just into a certain point in the launch, where you're watching, the launch and you're getting to a certain point, where you're just doing that segment of time. And here's for example, that's the rocket taking off. And then again, there was the drone ship off the shore, and it came and landed on the drone ship offshore. Or those nebulas, those were the ones that we were talking about earlier. This is one that I've won a lot of contests for now, these are the shots that nobody was really doing. This is actually one of those funny stories of, when I was out shooting, a lot of times there's a point in a launch when everybody would just flip to, I got to get the stuff up to my wire service. I got to get the stuff up to my agency. So the minute the launch got above a certain point, it would just kick off. Well, I would see, I'm a Milky Way photographer, I saw stuff up in the atmosphere that was happening that looked a lot like what happens with the Milky Way, where we get this cloudy, kind of murky, kind of, the Milky Way just looks like a cloud up in the sky if it's really clear. And started kind of capturing these images where you would see, that was actually one of the first ones where, I captured this image. This was way back when. This is like 2016, 2017. And, just capturing, that's the rocket going up, and then there's the other rocket boosting back, and these gases are turning together. And that's actually from a 12-year-old camera, So this is one of the first stages of it, where you're starting to develop this and you're seeing that something's up there. So then you start messing with it a little bit more, and you get to a point where you're able to capture from far distances this phenomenon up in the atmosphere. And it's just really cool to be able to capture that. Another type of shot is orbital twilight, which we talked about. The rocket will get lit up. If you're in shadow and the rocket is in sun, the rocket's going to light up, the exhaust is going to light up, but you're going to be in darkness. So you're going to have this kind of transitional phase. It creates a cool effect where it kind of looks like these gases or clouds being lit up. And the upper atmosphere, where you're getting these gases and clouds lit up. And then there's one where that was orbital twilight, where I found a abandoned space shuttle tanker up in this was in right below Jacksonville, Florida, about 120 miles from the launch site. So this is, I was just out in a field where this tanker was, nobody around me, and the rocket goes right over it. Or there, where you're able to capture it, where you get that star field, but then the exhaust is lit up in front of it. And here's a diagram to show you this is what's actually going on in these pictures, where you have the Dragon capsule, for example, in this one, where it's above that little dot, and then you've got the Falcon 9, the rocket, the second stage, and then the first stage is boosting back, firing its engines, creating those kind of gaseous bubbles. This is another one where you can see the second stage, you can see the fairing halves in the first stage. This was actually taken from my backyard in Tampa. So this was 145 miles from the launch pad. Able to capture that. And this is another one where, again, from my backyard, you actually were able to capture the second stage, and then the first stage coming back through the atmosphere, and you can see it's dipped below the sun lighting it up, and the rocket is kind of in that shadowy twilight area. So you can see you've got the rocket going out to the atmosphere, and then you've got the other booster coming back to land doing its entry burn. And here's a video example of what's going on. This is actually stills from my camera. So this is from my Canon R6, and it's just the 20 frames per second that it captures. And you can see that that's what's happening when that rocket goes up. So it's just really cool that we're able to capture it. And then you can see this is kind of in real time. The windows to capture this is not really a long time. It's a short period or window that you're getting to capture these. Another type of shot, telephoto shot, where you're just in at a telephoto range, 200, 400, 800, 1200 millimeters with extenders, and you're just in really close. And you can see here's a great example too, showing at those telephoto ranges, the light changes so much. It goes from especially at night is a great way to see that. It goes from a very, very dark, very, very dark, to almost half daylight. Or almost full daylight for that section. And then this is where I put an asterisk. Like, these are the shots that we get to right here where we start getting into access. This is the point at which you work up to where if you were going to be a photojournalist or you're going to be somebody who's telling those stories, getting access, again, to tell those stories. So we're able to capture the engine, the detail of the engines coming off, the payload. That's the Mars 2020 launch. There's the rocket going off. Interesting about this image was taken with a 21-year-old camera. This is actually the first DSLR that Canon, or the first flagship DSLR Canon ever made, the Canon 1D. And then just capturing that detail of the rocket going off. There's where you got up low with a platypod. The rocket's taken off. This is actually down the street here in Wallops Islands, Virginia. So this is a few hours away from New York here. And then you can see right here, this is to show how quickly we're talking about. This is a typical frame that would have in a shot. And you can see so the cameras are on right now. It's captured the shot. We're done. That shot's done. That's all it was. It was setting up that shot for those few seconds that the rocket was going off. So I'm framing up those shots to take that split second of that frame. And then we can get into things like ignition shots where we're still getting the pad lit up by the lights, but then we have the rocket not lifted off yet. So how do you do this? Well, the first thing is, to kind of just give you some context of like what the different type of shots take. So a lot of times when I'm off site, this is where you're at. You're at a beach with other people. You just got a telephoto lens or a wide lens and you're shooting. Sometimes we're shooting press events. Sometimes we're shooting from the top of the vehicle assembly building, shooting launches up there. What people don't see a lot of times is they see the end shot, but they don't see us waiting the 2 hours or the 3 hours or the 5 hours, or if it's got a window, the 8 hours. Sitting up on the top of the building just waiting for it to lift off. A lot of times we're just up there telling stories and just a lot of times it's just goofing around. And lately, because the SLS is in there, we can't even have our phones when we're in there. So we're up there without our phones. Try that nowadays. It's like, well, I don't have any connection. And then typically this is what we're doing. Here's my buddy John. We drove up to, this is Wallops Islands, Virginia, and we have our equipment there. And now we've got to load that on a bus, and we've got to take this out to the pad. We have to set this up for the launch. And this is typically what we're doing. We're setting up our cameras at the launch pad, so they're busting us out, setting up our cameras, staking them down, getting them protected from the weather. A lot of times when I'm staking or covering my cameras, like you see in these videos, like there where I've got my camera covered with a bag, I've got it secured down, it's usually the weather that I'm securing it for. People ask me, like, how many cameras have you had destroyed by a rocket? And it's 0. I haven't had a camera destroyed by a rocket. I've had weather hurt cameras, but never, I've never lost a camera body or lens except for non-weather sealed ones. So that's what we're doing. We're setting up these cameras out there. We're setting these up usually a day ahead of time. We're setting them up. We've got them there on the pad. And then what we're doing is we're using sound to trigger that camera. So the sound from the rocket is going to go off. That sound is going to trigger the camera. It's going to wake up the camera, and then it's going to start triggering the camera. So what we've done is we've just programmed everything in our camera. I've set up the framing. I've set up all that stuff to be the shot that you want when the rocket launches, which is always the interesting part. There's a typical setup. And what's interesting a lot of times about when we have our camera set up, and you can see there's a trigger on top of my camera bag, that this is actually usually sometimes what we're met with. You can see here I've got my camera, I've actually got it on the ground with a polypod aimed up to the rocket, but you see the rocket's not up. You don't even know what the position of the rocket is sometimes. So you have to know enough about the subject to know where to focus, where you want the framing. It's very interesting when you start getting into that. Or we might be doing something where we're doing a long exposure on the pad where, like for example here, I have hand warmers around the lens, and I have a fan in front of on a USB in front of that ND filter. This is all to combat dew. It's going to be dewy in the morning, so we have to be able to clear that dew off the lens. So these are all the things that you start complicating or thinking about once you step into it. So let's break it down further, and let's start. I really want to start with one that everybody can capture, and that is those streak shots, right? So when you get down to the streak shots, what is our gear for a streak shot, right? So I wish this was more complex because everybody likes to think it's like some secret that we're doing, but like that's really all it is you just need a camera, a lens, a tripod, and a trigger to shoot this. And the nice part is this is not like Milky Way is a little different. When I do Milky Way and astrophotography, I say a lot more on the gear to consider than, for example, with rocket photography, which is great for us, and that's why we're able to do what we can, because a lot of times I'm using very old cameras to do this, because we need every shot is a camera. So if you see a launch and I'm delivering 5 shots to my agency, that's 5 different cameras that are taking those shots. So, but a lot of times we're shooting with, a 5D Mark II has been my workhorse, a 5D Mark III, the 7D, an original 7D. Like these are my workhorse cameras. They don't break, they just reliable. And really at the end of the day, we're capturing enough light, and we're not capturing we're not needing wide aperture or high ISO. So we don't really need anything very complex. So that's all we need. Nothing crazy. We're not going to shoot a really high ISO. We're not going to, do anything with the lens and needing like a wide open. So, and then what we're going to do there is we're going to, trigger it. We're going to have to trigger it. I use a MyUps trigger to trigger all mine. This is overkill for most people, like for a trigger. But what I would say is it is the best trigger when it comes down to doing all the other things that you might need to have it do. So if you're needing to do something like, a rocket, this is great because you have the sound trigger. You have an ability to do any kind of bulb modes that you want to do. If you're into weather, it has a lightning trigger in it. If you're into long exposure, high speed photography. But like I said, really the basic here is we need a trigger. We need something that triggers the camera for a long period of time. And then what do we need to do for a streak setting? So it's somewhere between f8 and f16. I'm going to always kind of, especially with my wider lenses, so f8, f11 is where I want to be, because those tend to be my sharpest apertures. So I kind of f8, f11. And then ISO 100, 800. Like I said, you're not going anything crazy. And then you're shooting it just for that bulb of what the rocket's doing. So that could be 3 minutes, that could be 8 minutes, that could be a long time. And then we're doing a wide angle. So for this shot, for example, what was that? That was f11. It was at ISO 100. The reason it was at ISO 100, that was a full moon. So that was the full moon lighting the lifeguard stand, and then the rocket lighting the path and that illumination of the clouds. And then we're at bulb mode for 2 minutes and 50 seconds on a wide angle lens. So for your first streak, what are you gonna do? Well, you're gonna find a spot about 8 to 20 miles away is kind of like the sweet spot. However, and that's what's great, because 8 to 20 miles away, it's usually pretty free open, like you don't have any restrictions or anything. But it can be longer. I've done hundreds of miles away, and you really can get some great stuff if you start going hundreds of miles away and really plan it, because you can add different elements that nobody else is gonna capture. I've actually shot one time from all the way, a streak all the way, it was about 300 miles away. So, I mean, you can be a good distance away. All right, and then we focus to infinity. We do a wide angle. I'd say in the beginning, ISO 400. I think this is where so many people get in trouble with their streak shots. See, a lot of people that shoot their streak shots not letting in enough light, not letting in enough sensitivity of light. They'll go ISO 100, and then what they do is they get a line of a rocket that looks like something I could have drew in Photoshop. It's like a bright line of a rocket, and the rest of the photo is really dark. The ISO is going to be dictated by the amount of light that's brought into the scene. Like I said there, the only time is like full moon, there's a lot of illumination, might start dropping it down. And then, and then F11 I'd start out with, and then all you do is trigger it when you see the light, and you're just triggering it when you see the light. With streaks, I mean, the one thing you got to remember is the property of light. As we get closer to it, it's going to get brighter. So as you're closer, you might need to adjust those settings down as you start getting wider. If I'm doing a streak, for example, on the pad, where I was just a few hundred yards, I might use 10 to 16 stops of ND because of how close it is in order to get that streak. Where if I'm farther away, I don't really need that. And then closer isn't always better. I think, again, that ideal range that a lot of people think with rockets, they want to be close, close, close. I do agree that, and that's where I put that asterisk in. When you get the pad shots, you get those engine shots, you have to be close. It is a requirement to get those shots. You have to be close. But most of the shots, the nebulas look better from distances. The orbital twilights look better from distances. The streaks look better from distances. My shots are better when I'm farther distances away. I actually plan now to be farther away from the rocket than closer. And don't be afraid to push that ISO. A great technique here is to run your exposure first. So if you can get to your location early, you can set up your location, you can set up your framing, you do all that. And then what you do is you just set your exposure for that time. You start a bulb and you set that exposure time. If you get to the end image and that image is really bright, well, we're going to have to come down. If that image is too dark, you're going to have to go up because you're going to have to mix that in with the exposure of the streak. But again, what I'd say is if it's too dark, just boost up your ISO a little bit. And you might want to consider multiple exposure blending for stars. Like if you wanted to get like stars, like that Milky Way shot that I showed, that requires 2 shots. You have to shoot the streak, and then you have to shoot the stars, and we have to composite them together. And that's just something that you have to consider when you're considering what you want to do. I like doing both. I tend to be more of, because of my photojournalism side, I try to get it done most times in one exposure. But if we're going for something that can only be done by doing multiple exposures, we'll do it. So the important stuff really, when you get down to the settings, that's fine. We going over them, I guarantee you set in those settings, you'll probably be fine. What really changes it is the composition. It's like anything in photography. We got to figure out where we're going to have a good composition. So for example, let's break down that one shot we've been showing. Let's see, we're 16.6 miles away from the pad on this beach. So there's this beach in Cocoa Beach, and it has a lifeguard stand, and able to find that lifeguard stand right there on Google, right on the maps, and then able to see where we can shoot from. So what do we do? What do we do once we have that spot? Well, first, a lot of times I would go out to that location and pre-scout and see that that lifeguard stand is still in that position. So I do that the day before, always pre-scout my locations, same for the Milky Way too. And we find out, hey, everything's gonna work. Then if we go into an app like Flight Club, we find the launch. So for example, we were shooting this for the ULA Solar Orbital launch. So we type that in, we find that trajectory. We go in and enter our location. So we went in Google, we found our location via GPS coordinate, plug it in, and then we tell it what type of orientation we want the shot in and what focal length we'll be at. And then it's gonna give us this projection of what that beach and that streak's gonna look like in the sky. And then this is us out on the location. This is actually Michael, one of my friends, took this behind the scenes shot. This is us out on the beach. We were recording this, and we're ending up with this shot. So how does that stack up? Well, this was a few years ago when kind of this app was in more of its infancy, and that's how close it was a few years ago, right? And then here's one that I did just a couple years ago, and you can see there's the trajectory, and that's how it lined up. So it's getting better and better all the time. I'd actually say now he's almost to the point at which we can plan out it transversing planets and transversing the moon and stuff like that. So what's the next steps? Like you want to, the next steps. A couple things here. First, if you want to go to my website and learn more about me at my website there. That's where I sell prints of all this stuff. I mean, people love this stuff, especially if anybody's into space, And then I have a bunch of classes on Kelby 1. So I do a bunch of classes over there on Milky Way. I love camera models. I'm a big geek when it comes to, again, technology and cameras. And then I have a whole class where I actually went out on location. So we were able to go out on location at NASA and go through a whole process of what it takes to actually do this stuff. Because that's where you really get a sense of, I can show you these behind the scenes, I can do all this stuff, but I can't really describe it as much as seeing, like, this is the process that we go through in order to do that. Like, we have to get bussed out on buses, and you got to go out there and set up your cameras, and you have a window to do that setup in, and how the procedures for that are then going out on location and doing all those shots. So really cool stuff that we're able to do that, and I really appreciate being able to do that because it really helps to tell that story. So yeah, we have a membership. We have classes all over anything you want to learn. Absolutely anything you want to learn. I've learned so much from these. The other thing is I learned a lot of stuff that I apply to my rocket photography from classes that I watch and classes that we produce. It's great. I always joke around, one of the techniques that I use in some of those nebula shots is something I learned from a child and as a child and family photographer. It has nothing to do with rockets, but it's a technique that you bring over. Very active over there. We have a community that's very active. If you want to join that. Another place is to follow me if you want to see what I'm doing. Follow me on Instagram. That's a big place for that. Just Erik Kuna across everything, ERIK, KUNA. Same thing on Twitter, Erik Kuna. And then definitely follow, if you want to know anything about like the apps and stuff like that, Supercluster. And thanks. Now, I left time there. Obviously, if you guys have any questions, you have anything that you'd like me to go over a little bit more, break down. So we got one right there. The tool for visualizing, that's Flight Club. So flightclub.io is the website. So flightclub.io. Yeah, it's a great tool. Not only can you visualize, though, the rockets, you can also visualize, now he has it for things like the Starlink satellites, the ISS, all different things. Yes?
Thank you for
Yeah.
Douglas Adams.
Yes, right?
And I have two questions. How far on the pad are the cameras from the rocket? And you briefly touched over ND filters, but how often do you use ND?
Okay, yeah.
And which ones? And
Yeah.
on what type of shots?
So, first question, No, I lost it because there's two questions. So the first question was the pad distance. Yeah, so the pad distance, we're shooting those pad shots. It can vary, but most of the time it's within a few hundred yards. So a few hundred yards is what I would call it. When we're on the bigger pads, maybe 1,500 feet, and I'm talking feet, yards, yeah, 1,500 feet, you know. But there's other times with pad shots that we could be pushing a quarter of a mile. But that's, again, for a specific type of shot that would be out there. No, I mean, there really is not. I know that it looks and it sounds like there should be, you know, the rocket's hot, it's absolutely, but the flame is diverted in a certain path to where you don't really get that on. Now, if you can get close to that flame trench and you get close, which I have before, and I had a camera get thrown back like 20, 30 feet, even though I saved it down, but got a cool shot out of it. I got a really cool shot. So, but that's also the camera. I have certain cameras that are what I call my risky cameras. They're the cameras, you know, like I'm willing to, if that it gets lost for the epic shot, I'm okay. So, yeah. Oh, yeah, ND. So how much do I use ND? When I'm doing any of those telephoto streaks, if I'm coming in close, because you're isolating a certain area of the launch and you're only focused on that, that's a lot of light coming in. So a lot of times when I'm really in telephoto, I'll have to use an ND, or if I'm at the pad or doing any of those telephoto streaks. The only other time is daytime if I'm doing a daytime streak. There's times when I do a daytime streak where I'm actually taking and trying to reduce the daytime, but we're talking to do that, it's like 16 stops of ND to do the daytime. So, yeah. Yes.
I'm really far away, and I know I saw a bullet point where you say trigger the camera when you see the light. How do I sync that? How do I know when it's going to get launched?
Oh, so this is always a difficult thing. Like the streak shots, I would say, you know, because if you're doing the streak shots, you're doing them at night or during twilight. So you will see the plume of light. Like if you've never seen a launch at night, it looks like a little nuclear explosion. It's a bad word for it, but yeah, it's like a little explosion that's happening, and it just kind of glows, and then it starts going up. So that first little bit it hasn't even left the pad from your perspective at 8 miles away or 7 miles away. That once you see that, you're just kind of lighting it up. Now, as far as tracking that's where those apps come in. You can track it through the apps and be able to see that. Now, a lot of times where people make the mistake, and I didn't have the picture, or I have a couple pictures of it, because people make a mistake of when they're out for a launch is they'll be looking at the webcasts. So all these companies do webcasts now. And I have a picture of a few people. I have a really good picture of this guy. He's looking at the webcast, and the rocket is launching behind him. And he can't see it because he's looking at the webcast, and he can't hear it because the sound hasn't made its way to him. So it was an interesting shot, and it became a perspective shot. It became telling the perspective of, you know, sometimes in life we have to look up from our devices because something cool might be happening. But the point being is those webcasts can be off sync. So you can be out on location, and I've had many people miss shots because they're looking at that. So that's why I say with the streaks, I'm just focused in that direction of the pad. And again, if you've lined it up with an app like Flight Club and you have the direction, you have everything set right, you're looking at the direction. You're going to see that light, and you just hit that trigger when you see that light, and you're going to see it's going to start pluming up. Yeah. Oh, there was one back there. Yes. You keep it. Well, you don't have to. You don't have to. But in general, yes, you would keep it open for as long as you see it really lit up. But some shots you might cut off early because of the position. Like, for example, that one that I showed there, I cut that off at the exact time that I thought I needed for the shot. It was 2 minutes and 50 seconds. It continued on out of the frame. So again, it has to do with that framing. But usually, it's just when you see it kind of cut off in that first stage, it'll really get dim at that point, and you'll just cut it off.
And I had a question
Yeah.
on the nebulas. Do you use a telephoto for
Telephoto, yes. So that's a telephoto, and that's the one, only thing there that requires a more expensive piece of gear, and that is that f2.8 lens. Most of those shots are like either with a 200 or a 400 millimeter prime 2.8, or not prime 2.8, just 2.8. I think 7200 I use that one a lot with 2.8, and then I use the 400 2.8. It's nice. That's the one that I would say. I mean, that's the one that takes a little bit more. And unfortunately, that's my other passion with the astrophotography is like, it gets expensive. It gets expensive.
When you shoot from the pad, do you have to have ear protection?
So we're not ever at the pad. So our cameras are at the pad. Remember, we set them up like a day beforehand. They're triggered via sound. Those cameras are at the pad. We're usually 3 miles or so away. One time I actually got 1.1 mile away, which was awesome. It was really cool. But, that was the point at which I was like, yeah, I probably should put on some hearing protection, But 3 miles away, no. Wherever you're at, no. It is loud. It reverberates. I mean, that VAB, there's some weird sounds that come off that VAB when a rocket launches. It actually sounds like you're in like an episode of Star Wars. It's like, wow, 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 and there's like these things whopping around and laser beam. It sounds like laser beams. It's weird. Yes.
The frequency is about one a week now.
Yep.
How is that compared to launches back in the 60s and 70s? And what are all these launches going to other than the space?
Okay. Yeah. Good question. Yeah. Yeah. What are we doing? What are we doing? Well, there's tons going on, but there was a much busier launch cadence, yes, in the 50s, 60s, 70s, like as far as then it wasn't, there was a period when it kind of slowed down, right? But the launch cadence now is more. So you've got definitely more of a launch cadence, and really what it comes down to is communication satellites a lot of times. Communication satellites, weather satellites, experimental satellites. And then there is a big push right now for astronaut launches to the International Space Station. There's even private astronaut launches. There's other space stations as well with other countries. So all sorts. So it's all over the board. Yeah. And then now we're getting into also smaller satellite launches. So you're getting launches where you're getting different payloads. Like that's where the Mid-Atlantic Regional Spaceport down here is probably going to pick up a lot because they're starting to launch some of those smaller satellites as well. Yeah. We got time for anything else we want to dive into.
You said that you would shoot aviation.
Yes.
So what type of aviation do you concentrate on?
So aviation photography, I do it all different types, but I tend to be kind of like the rockets into the more modern military stuff. So it tends to be the modern military jets and stuff like that. Yeah. Yes. Love the afterburners, all that good stuff. If it goes fast, I have a disease. Any other questions? Yeah.
Have you watched For All Mankind?
Yes. Oh yeah, no, I'm big into the space and big into all that good stuff, and I just think it's really cool. Again, that's where I say it's really cool, and being able to see it. If you've never experienced one or seen one, it's a great place to go, a great destination. It's something where a lot of photographers don't consider it because we travel a bunch for like different types of photography. But, when I talk to people about this, they're like, I don't know. I really would love to do it, but I just don't want to. But that's where I think if you get into it, you look at it like it's one of those things where you can definitely make it happen, especially if you plan it with another trip that you got. So that's what I have a lot of people do. Yep.
I was just thinking about when I went to Iceland to photograph the Northern Lights, and
Yes.
Kind of like, well, you might see, might not see how to build in a couple of extra days.
Yep.
You really want to get them. But on the rocket launches, if they cancel one day, do they go the next day? How does that
Yes, so they're gonna try to launch that payload, or that, or if they have a mission, they're gonna try to launch it as quick as they can. Yes. However, there are other factors, like you were just talking about, difference with the weather. You may have a thing like orbital dynamics play in, where if they're launching an astronaut to the space station, and the vehicle can't meet up with the space station properly, they might have to delay it a few days because of that. So there is all variables. I will say that the ones that tend to get moved more, or the ones that tend to kind of shift around, are the ones that have either more sensitive payloads or definitely astronauts, the astronaut launches. However, knock on, I don't think there's any wood up here, however, it's definitely one of those things where there's a lot of astronaut launches that are going off on time anymore. It's getting pretty reliable. So, yeah. Oh, so, is it very crowded? Is it, a competition crowded? No. It matters the launch, and it also matters the location, time of day as well. 3 o'clock launches in the morning, I don't run into it like that. We were shooting on the beach there with the Milky Way. It's the two of us. I didn't see another person on the road, But, if that was 5 o'clock on a Friday, it'd probably be packed, So it really does matter on the timing of the launch. But then, honestly, the area is so big that you can be in that you can usually find a location that's not overcrowded. Yeah. Very cool. All right. Well, if there's no other questions, I appreciate it. Oh, yeah.
What was the app that lets you know when these rockets are going up?
So if you go to Supercluster, they have an app, iOS or Android, that tells you about all the launches that are going off. It actually is really cool because it'll remind you, like, if a launch is coming up or if the webcast is going live, all that good stuff you can get reminded about. So, very cool. Yes. Yep, that's it. Yeah, that's it. Oh.
The other tool that you said, bhpho.to, is that the app?
That is a website. He has not developed an app for that. So it's a website. It's a browser. I mean, it works on my phone. It works on my laptop. It works everywhere that I've used it. So.
Do you have a preferred location at Wallace Island where you like to?
Yeah, the good question. There's actually a ferry landing at Wallace Island. I think one of the shots in here was from there, so you could see it. So yes, there's that, and there's also a place kind of north of that, but that one gives you a really good shot of the pad. I did have it in here. Let's see. I don't find it. Well, I thought he did. I definitely saw it. Oh, there it is. Got it. So, and it's a bad shot because of the depth of field, but you can see like that. So I'm on there's a ferry an old ferry landing. It's a retired one. It's not there anymore. But, and then you can see where my camera's pointed and where the sun is. The pad's right there. Like I'm looking at the pad. So that's what's cool about that location versus some of the others in Wallops Island is you get a very cool direct line of sight of the pad. The only problem with that spot, I will say, is that spot does get busy for a launch. So you just want to make sure, like anything in photography, you get there early. If you're a photographer, you want the shot, it doesn't matter. I was just out in the Grand Tetons, got there early, got the shot, and then the minute I walked out, that's when all the photographers showed up when I was leaving because the light was getting bad. Of course, that was it was like 5 o'clock in the morning right now this time of year. So that's what kept most people away. Yep.
So I know we launch a lot of stuff, but other than Russia and China, who else is launching, and have you shot any other?
No, I would love to. Again, if Supercluster was listening, yeah. I would love to. Oh yeah, I'd love to get some places. There's tons. I mean, so ESA's the one, the European Space Agency. They launch out of French Guiana, so down there. We have, obviously, yeah, you said, Russia, China. India has a robust flight program, and then Japan. Japan has a very. There's a lot of countries that you'd be surprised. And then they're launching everywhere. I mean, Rocket Lab launches out of New Zealand, So, I mean, there's launches out of New Zealand. We have a facility, here in America, up in Alaska. A lot of people don't know about, So there's tons of places, like I said, that people launch. And then there's a bunch of different countries that launch them as well. So, yes.
Could you recommend locations in Florida near the Kennedy Space Center? I tried to shoot from Jetty Park, right south of the Space Center a couple of times.
Yep.
It was pretty crowded and very windy, and people would jostle tripods and stuff.
Yes.
I guess both for a day shot and for a night launch.
So it's funny, and again, if my editor was listening to this, I've talked to him about this. Is I think this is a problem. Is people needing to know, because my answer to that tends to be it depends, which Rick Salmon always tells me. We talk and like, well, that's kind of my answer for everything, but it's like it's a bad answer, right? I don't want to tell you it depends, but it really does depend a lot on what's closed, what's open, what people have access to, what people don't have access to, the trajectory of the rocket, the time of day. And that's where I think it would be a cool tool to have for people to know where to go see, where like the best locations would be. Because, for example, I could just walk you through, like you said, Jetty Park. Jetty Park's a great location if a SpaceX booster is coming back to land on land. You're very close to the location which is going to come back and land. And that's where it'd be nice to be able to tell people that, because I think that's what gets you excited is if you go there and you see this as as an observer, and you're in the best location for it. You're in the best location to see that. So Jetty Park would be great for a landing. It's not great for a liftoff because you can't see the pads. They're too far away, at least for the northern pads. Where if you're on somewhere like Playa Linda Beach is one that I would throw out there. So if that was open, Playa Linda Beach gives you a good shot of pad 39A, pad 39B. It gives you a shot of Space Launch Complex 40 and 41. Those tend to be like the bigger launches go out of those places. So that's where Playa Linda Beach can be a great location. So that would be one. The other one is on top of the Max Brewer Bridge. On the top of there, you can get elevated and actually see the pads from there. So that's another great place as well. But again, you're not going to see things like you're going to be farther away from the landing. If it was landing, which again, those are very few and far between anymore, but if it was, that's the pièce de résistance. So, cool. Well, I think I do have to wrap up, so I appreciate you guys all coming, and if you guys have any other questions, I'll be out there.
Hello, hello, and welcome back. Couple more sessions left. I'm glad you guys are sticking around, and I hope to see a lot of these friendly faces on the boat tonight. Super excited for that. But we're jumping right in for our next session. How to approach and achieve gallery representation. Stephen Mallon's going to walk us through. So enjoy, hold your questions till the end, but we'll have plenty of time to answer them. So take it away.
All right. Hello. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Stephen Mallon. I hope you heard my talk earlier about my photography. If you didn't, that's fine. I think they recorded it. And if not, there's some other recordings on my website of me talking about the work. I am actually not going to be spending too much time talking about my photography on this. I'm going to be kind of highlighting a couple of projects and some of the decisions along the way. But yeah. So I want to just kind of start off with this slide about you are what you obsess. And I do strongly believe, and I think you've seen it in some of the other slides and everything, about finding projects long term. And I think that it is absolutely crucial for photographers and artists to find projects that you can stick with for extended periods of time. And it doesn't mean it's the only one you're working on, but do find something to be staying on. Because this is like a photograph that I absolutely love. And it was a pile of logs that I found in a logging company when we were in Switzerland or Austria or one of those places. And it's great. I love it. It looks beautiful and everything. But one of the issues with this is that I didn't really flesh this out. Like, I've shot logs over the years and everything, but there's never been an actual like full body of work. And because of that, these pictures have never gone anywhere other than like sitting on my website and just, you know, making a little bit of stock money and making me happy. So do try to find things. Like, if you are obsessed about wood, you know, think about all the things you can do with that. You know, is it logging? Is it getting into the mills? Is it the portraits? Like, figure out how to really expand on that. And along those lines, do try to find something that is really resonating with you, and worry about finding the audience afterwards, because what you're bringing to the gallery and to the world and everything is the lens that you are viewing things through. And so, like, what you're related to, what you're connected to, what you're passionate about, and, you know, if that has got to do with your culture, your location, you know, wherever those things are that you're going to be drawn to, pay attention to that. And sometimes that's really a conversation that you're having, like, with yourself or with, you know, a group of friends. And this gets into the community and everything I'm going to be talking about. So the bodies of work. So this is something I've been working on for the past 4 years now. And so I've been traveling, finding these freight cars to shoot and everything. And so, like, one of these photographs is a standalone. It's a nice image. But once you start seeing this as a collective, you can kind of start imagining these as traveling shows. And these are able to interconnect with my other bodies of work, which is helpful. It's not an absolute, but I do think that, like, my gallery and some of the curators that I've worked with in the past, they do like the fact that my individual projects, they're able to pull pieces from different projects and then create their own. And I know that this is sometimes a little bit of a struggle for artists, is that, like, you want to be able to go shoot still life and then also go off and be shooting landscape. And it's sometimes really hard to, like, combine those two. And again, it's not a requirement, but I have noticed that the curators that I work with need to see you being focused before going to them. And then again, like, my experience with curators is that they are not editors. Editors like Sarah Foster, who is an amazing editor who's in the portfolio review right now and has had a huge impact on my life and everything, she is able to take hundreds, if not thousands, of images and edit that down to the selects. Curators are not in that role. Like, they need to see you already kind of having a targeted sense of what you want to be shown to the world. So this is another project from a colleague of mine, Manjari Sharma. And so she shot this series in her shower. And so she loved the light that was in her bathroom, and to the point where that became her stage. And so she just invited friends and colleagues in there and photographed them, and just stayed with this, you know, one shower in Brooklyn and shot there for years. Project went viral. She gets picked up by multiple galleries. Yada yada yada. Print. It's very important to take the time to print portfolios. We are so used these days to be looking at photographs on your screen. And the final, like if you're going to actual physical galleries, they are not selling digital files. I'm not talking about NFTs today, or just that is a whole other festival and fair and headache, so we're not going to go there. The print is really what matters at the end of this. And I think that as artists, sometimes you get stuck with the editing process and you're looking at these virtual contact sheets on screens. And it is really helpful to make prints, both just to start thinking about your edit, like make 4x6 prints, desktop printer, outsource the printing, whatever the process is that makes sense for you, but have those prints so you can be laying them out, looking at them both on the table for the sequencing, and then getting them up on the wall. Find a space where you can be pinning these images up. And then as the edit tightens, I think the print size should also get bigger. So the work prints, when you've got 50, start with the 4x6 prints. And like when you're getting down to a tighter edit, start making the prints larger and larger, because you're also considering, are you going to be framing these with the border around them? Are you printing these on Hammond Mule paper? Are you printing these on digital C? Like, what is the final experience going to be? Is it on rice paper? Like, all of these things kind of impact it. And again, this is something that the artist needs to be educated about before going to the curator. I'm not saying that it's like you have to know exactly and everything about what you want to be doing, but you should have a certain amount of knowledge about what you may want to be doing. Because the curator may say, we only show, digital C prints, and you may need to see that as a possibility. Or say, no, we're totally fine with the Hammond Mule papers. We're not happy, with the Epson. But again, I don't, there are plenty of curators that are really, they're showing art, not photography. So they're not going to be getting into those nuances. And so when they ask you, like, what are you printing on? It's not so much that they are judging us. It's just they want to know that you have already thought this through about how you're going to be presenting the work and at what size. Aiming big, I think, is a really good way to start the kind of like mindset about how you're going to try to find representation. And this is one of the art fairs that was in the Armory, and it's actually not the main Armory. I didn't get around to swapping this out for the Armory show, but do your research about the galleries and take a look at the art fairs. Start building your list of the possible places and both curators and commercial galleries that you would be interested in showing at. And if you're in New York, if you're local, these fairs come here. They're here every single year, multiple times. There's different fairs at different times. And you can get in there and take a look at who, what, when, where, and how they are showing these different people. And start building up that list. And even if you can't physically get there, take a look at the galleries that are showing. So take a look at, the Art on Paper show is a good like mixed media show that brings both photography and other mediums and everything. But take a look at the photo galleries that are coming in there and what work they're showing on the wall. This is a portfolio review suggestion idea on things and everything. I think that portfolio reviews is got a little bit of like a branding identity issue, because what I would refer to it more as like speed dating for the artist, because it's a job fair. When those curators are there, they're most of the time volunteering their time to be there to help the artist and potentially be looking for new people to sign. So if you've got a body of work that you know is good, has been published and everything, it's like, don't be worrying or thinking about, I'm not going to go to this because I don't need any feedback on it. It's like, you need to be going there because you need the face time with these people that might be potentially picking it up for publication or exhibitions. And like the review that was happening, here was like a free and open review. It's like you're able to walk in there and bring prints in and everything. And so if you're not prepared this year, that's fine. But next year, definitely be ready. Like, have a portfolio ready, because there are curators and publicists that are coming to this review, and other artists. Like, I've curated shows and I refer artists sometimes to the galleries that represent me based on what I see. So, and then the other little note about the couple of hacks. If you see a portfolio review that you can't get to, All right, let's say it's in LA and you can't fly to LA. That's fine. Take a look at the list of the reviewers, because generally these people are the ones that are going to be more receptive to, getting an email, getting a promo card, because they are at least willing to spend the time to help artists that are in these rooms. It's not a guarantee that if they're at the review that they're always going to be helpful or friendly or open to it. Like I remember one museum curator that, basically said that his predecessor was the nice one and he's no longer that person. Because the previous reviewer would like, oh yeah, I'll take this, and I was buying all this work for the review, and then they left and this other person came in and the situation changed. That being said, it is just a really good time to get your work in front of people. And there's a bunch of reviews that are still doing it virtually. Like I'm signed up for the Belfast portfolio reviews. I would not fly over for this festival myself, but the fact that I'm going to have like 8 face-to-face Zoom calls with these different curators of these different museums and galleries overseas in a couple of weeks, it's worth it for me. Another thing you can take a look at with these reviews, a lot of these are pay to play, is that they charge money for you to be there. And so you kind of need to take a look at the price point, including your travel, including the hotels, how much it's costing you like per head to get in front of the work, get the work in front of these reviewers. PhotoFest, I think, is one of the better deals. This is Photolicita. This is one of the other benefits about doing it in person. So the big portfolio review sessions are generally spread out over a number of days. And the way that they work it is that they randomize the sign-up process of the list, and they use an algorithm to match you to as many of the reviews that you want based on the order that you set it. So they send out the list of the bios, you put in the information on a spreadsheet 1 through 20, and then they will match them up as closely as possible. And then on top of that, there's a public walkthrough that happens during the week where all of the reviewers are able to go there. It's not mandatory, but they will go there. And then the public is also there. So you potentially have got other curators that are not potentially at the review. You've got public that might be interested in buying the work. You've got collectors that are possibly coming by. And this is, again, is Manjari Sharma. It was actually really funny because I asked Photolicita for photos, and they happened to send me an image of Manj showing her projects. There's the PhotoFest setup, exact same setup. So you got one-on-one meetings where you're sitting across the table from museum curators, publicists, book publishers, consultants, and it's just a really good time to get feedback on your work and also just start spreading out the network that you have. And I refer to a lot, as like farming, is that I am putting seeds out there. Because some of these shows, I literally am showing with a curator that I met at PhotoFest in 2016. And we are just now doing our first show together in 2023. So it does take time, but it's just, I stayed in touch with her. I put her on the mailing list. We just stayed, when she was in town, we'd meet up for a coffee. And we're now going to be able to have a solo show together. One of the other hacks on the portfolio reviews is, again, like if you can't go there, if you can't do it virtually, just go take a look at the list of the reviewers that are going to be there, because those people are the ones that you may want to consider putting onto your mailing list. If you can, scrub their email from somewhere, reach out to the gallery, because they are potentially going to be looking at work. The other little hack is that a lot of the times these portfolio reviews, the galleries and exhibition spaces that are in universities, those emails are up on their university websites. So if you see that there's a curator coming from like NYU, if you just go to NYU's page, you can find out who that is, get their email, and potentially reach out to them. Don't spam them, don't hit them up 30 or 50 times, but you can say, hey, I'm so sorry I missed you, or I'm not going to be able to make it to PhotoFest, but here's my project. Not a bad way to potentially reach out. When a gallery asks you on a date. So galleries, a lot of times, are going to need to build a relationship with you because there's a lot of trust involved. There are, it's transactional. There's people coming in there that potentially have a lot of money, and they want to make sure that the artists that they are representing are going to reflect well on the gallery and behave well. So one of the ways the galleries will test this out is through a group show. So if they invite you into a group show, it is really just, it's like the first date. They want to see how you're going to behave, or second or third date maybe. Like they've already seen the work and everything, but now they need to see how you're going to deliver it. You know, if you say, you know, if the gallery is expecting a 20 by 24 print and at the last minute you decide to give them an 8 by 10, you know, that's like a little bit of a break in trust, you know, and we've seen this happen with a number of situations where it's like all of a sudden, oh, that print isn't available or I don't like it anymore, so I'm going to give you this instead. And it's like, but that's not what we discuss. It's like, oh, well, I'm out of those prints. It's like, that's not the gallery's problem. Go make another print. You know, don't deliver your frame piece in a towel tied together with some string, because it needs to be in a professional packaging, especially if you're doing a group show of like 30 people. Get into the habit of putting a photograph and your name and everything on the bubble wrap on the outside of the work. So when it's getting stacked up against the wall, they don't have to try to unpack everything to see what they're looking at. So they can kind of start pre-visualizing without opening everything up. I was in a group show where the artist, you know, got invited in and everything, and his first thing that he started doing was trying to renegotiate the contract. You know, he wanted to get a better commission than the standard 50-50 split. And it's just like, that just immediately like shut the door. And I think it's a conversation you can have, but you know, the first time that someone is offering to show you without saying that they're going to be signing you, it's not, you know, you shouldn't immediately say, can you actually pick up all of the appetizers? You know, because I don't think that, I didn't eat any of the chicken. Community. I think this is really important. It is a really good way to get referrals. It is a good way to get support. There's a lot of ways to be part of it. There's a lot of ways to build it. If you're in a town where there's a community, you know, center or facility that's already up and running, join them. Get to the openings, go to the lectures. You know, the Center of Photography Woodstock just moved down to Kingston. They run a bunch of programming. There's plenty of programming here in New York. There's plenty of programming here at B&H. You know, it's like there's a lot of educational opportunities to meet other colleagues. I was on the board of ASMP New York for 18 years, and one of the things that I did within ASMP is that I started working on building the fine art community for the chapter. And that was how I set up the fine art portfolio review, is because I wanted to get the reviewers together because I wanted to get my work in front of them as well. And so I started building in these portfolio reviews that got the reviewers together, and then we would just like take them out for dinner afterwards and as a thank you. And that has landed so many people exhibitions and representation over the years. And I'm still really thankful that the project is still ongoing. And there's no reason that you can't do that without a non-for-profit like that. It's helpful, but I mean, you can get a group of people together and build this. Like I have a small monthly meetup now in Hudson Valley, and we're setting up a peer-to-peer portfolio review in a couple of months, where it's just gonna be our members talking to each other just to practice the presentation about, you know, flipping through the images, what the sequencing is, where people are getting stuck, where you're getting stuck when you're talking about your work. Because rehearsal is really good when you're doing these presentations, because it's like, if I'm meeting a curator for the first time and I don't know what the next image is, or I don't know what I'm gonna be saying about it, it can make it jumbly. Like I did one of these slide presentations years ago in FIT where I put my slideshow on random. It was the strangest idea. And it was like, because each image came up and I had no idea what I was gonna be talking about next. So. And this is an image, by the way, of Doug Menuet's opening at the Center of Photography in Woodstock. Doug was reviewing here yesterday, and it was great to see him in the room and everything, give him feedback. He did a portrait series of the people of Kingston, and then it opened both in CPW's new space and then at one of the board members, their studio there. And then one of the subjects had given a performance, and so this was a photograph from that. Open calls. I've got mixed feelings about open calls. I think it is a good way to start building your resume. I think it is a good way to start practicing getting your work out. I do want people to be careful about not doing charged open calls that are potentially just money or right grabs situations. There are some times where people are putting these open calls out where they're charging $35 to an artist, and it's just to get into an online gallery, and it's a for-profit environment. And so, you know, read the terms and conditions carefully. Make sure that you're not giving up the rights on anything, that they are not, you know, potentially turning around and using this to keep upselling their competition. take a look at the reviewers, the people, the judges, the curators that are looking at the work. Make sure that those are people that you want to get the work in front of. ASMP ran these competitions for years, and I know for a fact that the reviewers are very interested in the work that they're seeing. It's not so much that they care about who won. They were writing down and requesting, like, whose work was that on, like, slide 47. Didn't matter if it won or not. They wanted to be able to find the photographer afterwards. So just keep an eye on the list and how it's being juried before, like, making those decisions. Like, that, the reason I have this slide up is because this was actually a paid submission, but I knew the Albany airport had a gallery, and I know the curator there, and even though that she wasn't the juror on this, I really wanted to get my work into the airport. So, excuse me. I did go ahead, it was like a $10 fee to submit for this, and I got it, and then there's one of my freight cars. One of the other open calls that I like is also run through Photolicita. It's called Critical Mass. It's, I believe, a $50 submission fee, but it's a two-tiered review process where they have about 30, I believe, pre-screeners, 20 or 30 pre-screeners, and then after that it goes out. Once it's screened, once they cut it down to the edit, they send that out as a PDF to like 75 to 100 curators. And I think that the math on it, like the number of eyeballs that the work gets out to, and then there's like a top 50 list, and then there's a top 5 list that gets an exhibition, and there's a book prize attached to it. And I think that that is like one of the like better fine art promo pieces that you can spend your money on. That's like a juried situation. And again, research. I'm sure there's others out there that are like that make sense, but I think that that is one of the better ones. Photo festivals. It's another place to be potentially exhibiting the work. This is a scene from Photoville pre-COVID days, back when they're doing the shows in the containers. But Photoville, I think the traffic was like 90 to 95,000 people got through the festival. So not all of those are curators, not all of those are collectors, but the number of eyeballs and the people that are getting to go see the work, I think in general, it's worth being there. It's worth seeing the people that are there. It's worth seeing the speakers. If you get one of these containers, they accept proposals. There's funding situations that you can do as group shows, and this is another situation where you can pool together some of your community and put together a potential presentation to get into festivals and shows like this. The benefit thing. I have donated prints to a lot of different benefits over the years, and my logic is that I always want to be there. I want to make sure that I am in there meeting their board, talking to the people, talking to the collectors to see about building a relationship. And there are some organizations where they want you to donate work, but then don't invite the artist or charge the artist for coming to the benefit. And I would stay away from those because I feel like those are the ones that are not really like actually taking care of their own community at the same time as like you're giving everything with getting nothing in return. But there are a bunch of nonprofit, galleries and everything that run auctions and silent auctions and everything. And I think that this, again, is a good way to build up your collector base and build in relationships with the people, because the people that are on the board of these museums and non-for-profit galleries are running similar programs. And it's just, hopefully snowballs and keeps growing and growing. Got wall? Think about where and how to be showing the work. Is there some other presentation locations that you can find? This was a banner project that I did with the Brooklyn Public Library. They do have a curator there, like we did get support and funding through them, but there's other organizations that do this. The Fence has got their open call, and then the Fence travels to like 6 different photo festivals. So you're able to get your work out in front of the community. There's another organization called ArtBridge. They do a similar one. So they find fences around construction areas around New York. And then, you're getting these banner-sized prints out on the wall. And there's no reason you have to go through this. If you can just build a relationship with somebody, find places to be showing this. If you can find a printer that will donate the work in exchange for having their name on top of it, potential, pull yourself together with a group of people, curate a show to get the work out, because this, again, is building the resume. This is one of the nonprofit organizations that does pop-up shows, Shashama. So they have got a strong relationship with the New York real estate market. And there's some family connection that I don't remember the details on. But they're a nonprofit organization that do pop-up shows in New York. And they take submissions all year round. I think that one of their stipulations is that you have to be ready to pull the plug, because they're usually like a short notice when they say yes. But they pay, there's no fee to submit the work, and they pay the artist, I believe, $2,000 when they accept the exhibitions. And so EcoArt, this was a show that I did. EcoArt is another nonprofit organization. They put up open calls. They had like a $3,000 purchase prize. There was no fee to submit, and they curated the shows. It was one of the artists that they selected, and then they did this show on 14th Street last year. So 2 different organizations, Shashama and EcoArt. And another one you can take a look at is Artpreneur, because they are also posting free open call submissions. So this was one of the installations at another Shashama location. And these are I believe, cyanotype prints. And it was a piece on sexual violence against women in South America that this artist did. So it's all letters of those encounters. It's a really powerful piece, and I was so, just moved by seeing it. It was one of the installation shots of the fence from last year. So another, something to consider is a colleague of mine who's a studio manager of a photo studio around the corner started wanting to do possible exhibitions. And so he took over one of the rental studios and did a pop-up art show this past weekend. So it was Saturday and Sunday. He had a reception on Saturday, and then there was another one on Sunday. And I think it was just a really good kind of reminder of taking advantage of the facilities that you have in front of you. It's like there's no reason you can't turn your living room into a gallery. All right, that's how a number of galleries started. Like Brian Clamp started his gallery in his apartment. He hung up some artists, brought some people over, the work started selling, he started getting funding, he got a gallery, then he got to a bigger gallery, then he got to a bigger gallery. So yeah. This is another project from a colleague of mine, the curated fridge. Literally, the exhibition space is this one refrigerator in his apartment. The open call is up right now. It's open and free to submit. But the juror selects the work, and that's the gallery. And I just thought this has always been just like such a fun, tweak. Because I don't know if you guys ever got a compliment about someone getting your postcard. I'm like, oh yeah, I know, I've got it on the refrigerator. So he turned it into an actual gallery. BWAP, be your own publicist. All right. I have spent years going to these portfolio reviews and pushing my e-blast out and finding editors and finding writers to be looking at my work. And this is a screenshot of some of the press in the past. I've been fortunate. I mean, not all of this press is done by me, believe me. Like the gallery worked out at the New York Transit Museum got a lot of this press for me. But that being said, there's no reason for the artist not to be doing some of this work, because you can find the writers on blogs, you can find them on Twitter, you can find their Instagram handles, find these people to get to talk about your work. Because one of the best ways to get someone interested in your work is someone other than you talking about your photography. Because if you get someone writing and making a post about it, this can start generating followers, this can start generating buzz, because then it gets out further to the network. And I just always feel that this is just a cumulative effort, and you never know which one of these is going to like catch and hit. But it's like if you've got the press out there, if you've got an exhibition out there, if you've got the podcast, if you have all of these things kind of rolling together. And, there was no reason that you as an artist can't be the interviewer. It's like if you want to start talking to other artists about their process and everything, why not start it up? Do the interviews. I've been interviewed by so many other artists that are just interested about my process and the projects, and so they write about them on their podcast, they put them on their blogs, Instagram feeds, Vimeo, like plenty of different times like that. And I'm actually going to start doing that for B&H next month. Is that I'm going to be interviewing artists for them on Zoom live conversations. There was one other brilliant thing I wanted to tell you about publicists. Oh, the viral thing. My rule of thumb basically about my photography is that if a publication contacts me and wants to use my photography when it's an interview about me as the artist and or it's connected to an exhibition that I'm in, I will usually comp them the fee. If the magazine is calling me because like they're running a story and they're using the work to illustrate a concept, they need to be paying a licensing fee. And it's a little bit of a gray area. Like, I don't know how many of you have got like licensing money trickling in or not, and you've seen the market kind of die or not. But, the past was that you would be getting paid, hundreds and potentially thousands of dollars when these magazines were picking up these stories. And a lot of the art magazines just don't have the budget for doing that. And it's a little bit of a trade-off. And you kind of got to look at, who's running the magazine and how legitimate it is. Like I had one magazine run a full essay on the new freight trains. And one of the reasons I let them do it is that it was in Berlin, and it was a very artsy magazine. And I knew it wasn't like a real big commercial process. And so I did it. And just, didn't charge them anything to do it. But then I had, I think Bombardier wanted to do a story on it, but not interview me. And I was just like, no. It's like, if you're not interviewing me about the photography and just running the pictures, you need to be paying me for this. Because then you're just kind of illustrating your brand, not mine. And like, oh, we don't need to pay you. So. Gets back to your photography. Keep shooting. Some of the projects, take years. Some of them are fast, some of them are slow. It is okay to have multiple ones going, but be focused, shoot the work, edit, hire an editor if you need help with it to get organized, but keep creating the work, because it is really about you and the artist that is what's going to drive this. And I hope that was helpful. I have no idea what time it is. But that was the end of my slideshow. Do you have any questions? Yes?
When you send out emails, especially cold offers, what is your advice about attachments? Should it be a PDF with a number of different images, one or two JPEGs? What's the best way to introduce yourself?
It's a really good question about the PDF versus JPEG situation. I would say JPEG just because I don't know the other OS, if it is always going to auto-open and auto-render a preview on the PDF versus the JPEG. I'm pretty sure cross-platform is going to show up as an actual image in the body of the email. So I would lean towards, at the beginning, have the JPEG singular image, not too many, 1, 2, 3, not too many. If I've attached PDFs with my resume in there, and I have a link to downloading my press kit that I'll send to. So one of the things that I've done is that just on the Google Drive, I'll put a folder with images in there and then create a unique URL for that. And so I can send that link to somebody if, like, after a meeting they're saying, oh my God, I love these. I've got a link that I can then immediately send them. Do you know Bitly? Bitly. That reduces the email, exactly. So you can customize the link, so it's not that Google blah, 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 blah link. So if you go into Bitly, you create a little unique URL for that. So you've got a folder sitting in your Google Drive. So it's not a WeTransfer thing. It's not going to expire, but you can keep a batch of images with your resume sitting in that folder and then just send that link forward. And I think, again, like I don't think that's the not on the first email because everyone's suspicious about random links showing up in their mail. But yeah. It's bit.ly. Yes, sir. So my prints are all digital C. So it's a hybrid process where I'm sending a digital file to a lab, and then it exposes in a light tight environment, and my monitor and their calibration is in pretty good tune. So we'll usually have like one test strip just to double check contrast and color, but I'm in pretty good shape. It's one of the reasons that I have been working with labs for years is because I am not as obsessive about printing as some other people are. And I know some really, really good people that will go back and rework it. I'm also a little cheap, and I hate throwing away prints. So I'm happy that I have got a printer that is going to catch some of my mistakes and fix them before I screw it up and send a 40 by 60 down the queue and seeing it come out and see the spots in the sky that I didn't retouch out. That's never happened. I swear I didn't mount it. Yes.
Just want to point out that this year's photo bill is going on right now. It opens on June 4th, and the portion in Brooklyn Bridge Park over by Piers 1 and 2 will be up till June 26th.
Do you happen to have an image in there?
No.
Okay.
But I know the organizers.
Yeah, they're great. Yeah, they're absolutely wonderful, trustworthy people. Yeah.
The rest of the displays will be that are exhibited all around the city will be out for the rest of the summer. But those that are in Brooklyn Bridge Park will be there until June 26th.
Oh, I didn't know that the Brooklyn stuff had to come down earlier this year.
Well, that part of Brooklyn.
Just that part of Brooklyn.
And if you're interested, just look under photoville.com and then look under the New York Festival.
Awesome. Thank you. Yes.
What do you think is the best way to in yourself into our canvas?
It starts with the relationship. You've got to get to the opening. I think they build trust. They are going to be more likely to sign people that are present, see how you're behaving, how you're interacting with the people, how you're respecting the work. It's like if you're going in there and putting your foot up against the wall and like having the backpack slamming into artwork, drinking all the wine, is just going to leave a bad presence. It's good to like go there and meet them and then see them again at the portfolio review and then send them a postcard and stay in touch and then go to their benefit and, just keep, it's not true for every single gallery. Some people are strictly business, but I think a lot of them build it up through their relationships, both with the artist and then if another artist brings someone in. So it's like if you meet an artist that's showing there, you got a friend that's showing, at X, Y, and Z gallery, it is really good because that's already like a layer of trust because I won't bring in artists that I don't know. It's like because they know that when I say like, this is a friend of mine, you should take a look at the work, they're trusting my judgment. And we've been working together for 15 years. So it's like having the collector that they already have bring you in is going to be a vote of confidence. So that's, I think, definitely, one of the ways. And like the gallery market, there's a couple of different tiers, right? Like you've got your regional gallery situation. So you've got, some galleries that are operating kind of in the tourism market, on the Jersey Shore, out in the Hamptons. But that doesn't mean that they're not going to art fairs. It's like the gallery that's down in Ashbury Park is a member of APAD, which is the big photo trade show. So like even the regional galleries will potentially be in these major art fairs. And it's sometimes why it is also good to, potentially find a gallery that's in like Ohio, and nothing against Ohio guys. But, because some of those higher galleries are, for whatever reasons, they're just not in the major cities. but they are going to these fairs to sell the work. So, sure. All right. I like it. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the art fair, like, again, like in the art fair, I think it is a good time to like do research and take a look at how people are displaying work and how they're framing it. It's not the best time to approach the gallerist because those booths cost, you know, $10, $15, $20,000. So they're under pressure to sell $20, $30, $40,000 worth of work just to break even. So it's not, you know, you don't want to walk into one of those booths with your promos, but it is, you know, it's not a horrible time just to be, you know, saying hello and seeing the work and everything and just getting to know like who the people are. Because a lot of times like at those booths, like it's, you know, it's the gallery director or at least the assistant is there be selling the work. So it's just good to start familiarizing yourself with those dealers that are going to be there. All right. Yes, sir.
Know any good galleries in Illinois? I'm moving there next month.
I don't, but good luck and let us know what you find. I would look at the APED list.
I live in Philly now.
Why are you going to Illinois?
Family.
Yeah, if there isn't one, you know, build the community, find the other photographers, find the meetup group, find a Facebook group to find the ASMP or APA chapter that's close by, see where the events are, and just start building a community. Any other questions? All right, I think we're good. Thank you, guys.
Last but not least, we have a pre-recorded presentation coming on in, and if you're watching from home, hello everybody on YouTube. Lisa should be in the comments, so please let us know where you're watching from, and if you have any questions for her, you can add them to the comments, and she will be happy to answer them. And I'm super excited to introduce Lisa. We got to spend some time at the Outsiders Conference in Kanab, Utah, back in March, and I hope we get to do that again next March. And I really wish you were here in New York, but I'm still excited to give you an intro, and I'm really excited for all y'all to watch the presentation. So without further ado, enjoy. We are going to be telling stories to create compelling compositions with Lisa Langell. Enjoy.
So right now I'm on the Kenai River, and this is one of those days where it's quite windy, and sometimes it makes some type of outside photography a little bit more challenging. And with that wind, you're definitely going to need a tripod. This is one of those things that's hard to avoid. We've had really strong winds today, up to about 42 knots. And so I'm using a tripod, and I'm actually standing pretty close by to it just in case a gust of wind comes along and takes my camera over the edge. So speaking of tripod, the reason why I have this is I'm doing some time lapse right now. It's kind of later in the afternoon, not quite when all the wildlife start coming out for the evening. And so this is a great opportunity, although there are some mergansers flying by, but this is a great opportunity to do some time lapse. We have some really interesting clouds. You can see from the wind in my hair how windy it is. But we have some beautiful clouds that have been just making all these gorgeous shapes and formations. And this is perfect for time lapse photography. So I have my camera set up on a tripod. I have it angled to point towards downriver where all these clouds are starting to form. And I just want to capture the cloud cover and some of the flowing river. So I've got my composition. I've set up my time lapse to photograph about every 8 seconds. Why did I choose 8 seconds? Well, I'm looking at the clouds and I'm calculating about every 8 seconds in my mind how far they've moved. And I can see, and I'm doing an estimate of what would be right. You can always, kind of change it up a little bit if you need to. But I'm counting in 8 seconds to see how far a cloud point has moved closer to a tree. So that's just my informal way of doing it. But it gives me an idea how much movement I'm going to have in my time lapse. And I'm just letting it run unlimited. I'm on manual exposure. So I've set my shutter speed, my aperture, and my ISO at fixed points. And then I have my camera with my image stabilization off. And once I've focused, I have it on manual focus, so it will not change throughout the entire time lapse. So I'm going to let this go for a while until I decide that either the sky isn't interesting anymore or I have enough of my time lapse. So probably about maybe 30 minutes or so. And then I will take the best of that and present it as the final. So time lapse is a great thing to do when you have those lull times in your photography vacations or tours, and it adds a different dimension to your photography. So if you're sharing a portfolio with someone, it isn't just here's the moose, here's the bear, here's the eagle, and 50 shots of each. You have some texture and some dynamicness to your, is dynamicness a word? Anyway, your portfolio becomes more dynamic and interesting, and you can tell stories better. And time lapse is one of those great ways to do it. So that's what I'm doing today on a windy day with my tripod. Today I'm at Ski Lac Lake in Alaska, and this beautiful lake on the Kenai National Wildlife Refuge is a great opportunity to give landscape photographers something to behold. It's both beautiful from the water and from up here in the mountains where we have these beautiful vistas. One of the things that I find is a conundrum sometimes when we're photographing is whether to use a short lens for landscapes or use a long lens for landscapes. And I kind of prefer in many cases to use the long lens, especially in situations like this. So today I have the Sony with the 150-500 Tamron lens on my Photo Pro tripod. I'm going to talk about some different ways that we can get this done. So today I have the 150-500 Sony lens by Tamron, awesome lens, and I have it mounted to my Sony camera and my Photo Pro tripod. And my goal, while we have this beautiful soft light with the light on the peaks of these mountains, it's just gorgeous, and my goal is to do a few things. One, I want to try a compression landscape. Two, I'm going to try a compression pano, so we're going to do multiple shots, and I'm doing them vertically. 3, we can try it in horizontal style, and then I'll also talk about the other lens that we're going to use. So first of all, on this tripod, I have a couple things that I need in order to do a good multi-stitched pano. First of all, I need my tripod to be aligned with the horizon. So I always do a test shot, and I pan through. Before I take any shots, I just sit and pan through and look through everything to see if my horizon's even. You can use the level, or you can use a level on your camera, but you don't want your horizons crooked. That's just not gonna look good. So I just kind of take a quick sweep and decide how far from left to right I wanna go. I get how much zoom that I want, and in this case I'm shooting at the 150 range, so the most wide that this lens goes, because I want to try to capture as much scenery as possible. And we've got a lot. We've got interesting clouds on the top, we've got beautiful mountains, the lake below, and then some trees to give us a nice foreground at the bottom of the frame. So I've turned my camera vertically at this 150 millimeter level, and that way I'll be able to stitch through each of these shots and capture the scene the way I'd like to. My view starts out at some of these trees, dark here right along the bottom, and goes clear to the back, and we've got these gorgeous clouds. So a few things that I need to do is I need to set my camera for the proper exposure. I'm using manual settings for exposure, manual ISO, aperture, and shutter speed. I'm on a tripod, so I don't need the shutter speed really high, but I do want to turn off my image stabilization when I'm doing this. So that remains off, and that's usually a little switch on your lens, or for some of you, it may be turning it off in camera. But you want to turn it off if your camera doesn't recognize that your camera's on a tripod. Otherwise, you'll get some soft and gentle motion blur, and that's going to give you a soft image. Second thing I want to do is I want to pick a focus point pretty far out that's going to be in my composition, something a little more in the foreground, but not, for example, these close-up trees. I want to go and shoot further out. And then I want to pick an aperture that's going to make sense and get everything in focus. And so you can either use a depth of field calculator or estimate. And for me, in this case, I'm using about f11 to f13. You can always try f16 and try a few different shots if you don't have a depth of field calculator with you, and experiment a little bit. Then I want to make sure that I capture everything in the scene, and then I want to look at my histogram to make sure that these tops of these mountains are not heavily overexposed. They're brighter than, of course, the darker rock underneath, and that's going to give you higher dynamic range. You want to make sure that you look at your histogram and things aren't either overblown or underexposed. You may need to add a neutral density filter, which I don't have one today on here. The clouds are soft enough that I can make it work, but you may need to do that for your shot. So I know this is a lot to think about, and you're like, hey, my iPhone does a great job, but you're not going to get the resolution that you want, and there's still some issues. Even though your iPhone or whatever mobile phone you use is great, this is still going to be better for you. So I'm going to go ahead and line up the shot and take the shot. Now, on this PhotoPro tripod, it has a couple of features. We have a click stop action that'll help me with panos, and I also can loosen this and this, and this is going to give me either click stops. You can see how those stop, and that can help you just go, okay, click, and then click, because you want your pano shots to be overlapped by about a third. Alternatively, if you find those click stops aren't quite giving you the range that you want, especially with this level of zoom and at 150 millimeters, you can loosen this knob back here and it will give you smooth and fluid action. This also works well for video, by the way. So I'm going to go through and just take my shot. So again, I'm looking to overlap each frame by about a third or so with the previous one, and then we're going to stitch them together in your post-processing software. I use Photoshop, and it's going to create a beautiful image for you. So that's one way to do this. The other way is I can certainly switch to a horizontal position, and I'm doing so, by the way, with this little ring on the side, and you can loosen that and turn your camera. My tripod will support my camera here, and then I can go and do the same thing horizontally. And this is when the click stops might be important for you. So I can tighten this other knob, and it will go ahead and give me click stops. The more I tighten, the harsher and more, distinct those click stops are. And then I can pan that way. This will give me fewer shots across, which may be easier for you or your computer, but you may not necessarily get everything in that you want from bottom to top. So it's just a decision you have to make. But that's another way to do it. The third way is you can put on a shorter lens, and I'll show you some techniques with that next. So one thing with photography and trips to Alaska or anywhere you go, you want to minimize your gear. And while I'm going to show you about how to shoot a stitched pano, I want to talk about a couple of things really quickly that can help you minimize the gear and maximize your photography. If you're like me, I get really frustrated pretty quickly when I become impatient and I don't have the time to set up the way I like. One of the things that used to frustrate me the most when switching between wildlife with a gimbal and let's say landscapes with a ball head or something like that, is that I had to go and carry 2 or 3 heads, especially if I wanted to do video. And then I'd have to switch one or the other out. So I'm carrying 3 things out into the field. I'm packing and traveling with 3 things to get here. And then I have to spend the time switching them out. So when you are shooting with a gimbal head, such as what's shown here, that's for lenses with a foot, right? So we have this foot on my Tamron 150 to 600, and that foot would rest right here. And then you could use it by panning around and shooting your wildlife, whatever you like to do, and that carries the weight of the lens and keeps it balanced. But then when I said, oh my gosh, there's a beautiful landscape, now I'm stuck. Now I've got to take everything off and then take off this head and switch it up for a ball head or maybe a video pan head. But with this particular tripod, I can do it so quickly. I don't have to take anything off the tripod itself. The only thing that I need to do is have an L bracket for my camera, and then I have this little foot here, and I can take it off really quickly. It's got a locking mechanism, so I can only loosen it so far until I push the little button, and then I can loosen it the rest of the way. So this comes off, I can put it in my pocket or set it down, put it in the backpack, and then all I need to do from there is to go ahead and put this lens on. I just need the L bracket, and I can slide it in vertically, or I can slide it in horizontally. Today I want to go vertical. or horizontal, excuse me. And now I have my short lens mounted. I didn't have to take anything off and spend all that time other than that little L bracket. So once I'm here, I can adjust and go ahead and shoot my multi-stitch panos this way. And I can still adjust that knob so that we can shoot the pano, and I can set up and take the shot. But there's one other thing that I want to mention, and that is when we're doing these multi-stitched panos, depending on your subject, you can get a lot of distortion and kind of bowing in your images, especially the things that are in the foreground. So there's a neat little trick that we can use, and I may not need it necessarily as much here, but depending on how close you are to focusing on your foreground elements, you can get some bowing in your image. And so what I love about this, I'm just going to turn it sideways for a minute so that you can see this, is that I can actually set my lens on its nodal point. And so I'm going to just extend my tripod a little bit. And then I can go with this mechanism here on the back. You can see these here. You can loosen this. So I'm going to loosen this knob. And then there's a mechanism here that says 90 degrees, 45 degrees, 0, and so forth. I just push this button, and then I can click this back to 45 degrees. I twist this top knob here, and now I have my lens on its nodal point. And I can adjust it so that it's perfectly level with what I need. And in that case, now I can go ahead and shoot my pano. And because my lens, it's on its nodal point, which is more towards the center of the lens, I get much less bowing in my images. So depending on your scene, you may or may not need this, but it's so nice to be able to have that available to you. And that is great for some of your shorter and wide angle lenses to help reduce that effect, if not eliminate it entirely. So I'm here in Kachemak Bay in Gull Island, and we have thousands of kittiwake that are nesting. And I want to talk a little bit about when you don't need a tripod. So being out in a boat is certainly one of those times where a tripod is not going to help you. The vibrations from the motor and also the sway from the waves actually adds more motion than you can compensate for by hand holding. But what I do recommend as you photograph these birds is to make sure you have a high shutter speed. So for birds in flight, I would say minimum of about 1600 for these kinds of birds, probably more like 2500 if you can pull it off. When you're photographing anything with a long lens, you want to think about the image stabilization or vibration compensation, and that's what these settings here are for. Some cameras will have it in camera. You need to look at your particular model of camera to decide whether or not the in-camera option or the lens option is best for you, or both. But in this case, I'm shooting with my Tamron 150 to 500 lens for Sony, and it has 3 modes on here for vibration compensation. One is for stationary subjects, and that allows you to handhold, and it gives you extra stability while you're doing so. So if you have a bird in a tree just sitting there, or you're photographing portraits or what have you, 1 is fine. 2 is for panning. It stabilizes the back and forth motion, but it allows and tells the camera that back and forth is fine, but up and down is not. So you're stabilizing for any motion this way, and it's enabling motion this way. Mode 3 is when you need extra image stabilization. And in the case of today, it's fairly calm out at sea, but it's still a good idea to have that extra image stabilization when I'm hand holding while photographing from a boat. So if you're going to be shooting panning, you need some birds in flight, and we have some here, of course. These birds, these black-legged kittiwakes, are nesting on the rocks, but the rest of the year they spend their time at sea. One of the things that I look for when I am panning is contrast. So we have light birds against a dark and textured background, and that's going to give you some beautiful streaking and beautiful pattern in your panning shots. Otherwise, if we were to shoot at the sky and expose, you're just going to get a gray sky unless there's a lot of intense texture in that sky. So I'm loving these rocks. It's got the bird guano, which adds some texture and lightness, and then the green, and then the dark rocks, and that's going to give you that beautiful texture. I'm about to tell you something that I normally would do with a tripod, because you're going to need to overexpose significantly, and that usually means lowering your shutter speed to the bare minimum that you can handle, and then opening up that ISO and your aperture. But today we're in a boat, and so this wouldn't be good for a tripod, but these eagles back here are really dark subjects against a really bright sky. We have backlit birds, and normally that would be a horrible thing. But I love to shoot high key, which means I'm going to overexpose by up to maybe 2 or 3 stops, keep my shutter speed high enough to freeze the action and freeze any motion that we have, and then go ahead and take the shot. Hand holding is great for short-term use. So we have some beers out here, and if it's quick, I can hand hold and shoot, not a problem, as long as I keep my shutter speed up. So I want to keep my shutter speed up, at least minimum the length of the zoom. So I'm with my Sony A1 and my Tamron 150 to 500 millimeter. I want to shoot at least at 500th of a second, if not more, because I have moving subjects out here, and the trajectory in this case at the moment is pretty far for these bears. So any movement here is going to be magnified out there. However, I can handhold for a little while, but it's exhausting. We're waiting for the bears to pick up their head. We're waiting for them to do some interesting motion, and handholding for minutes at a time can really get tiring. I have shot with a variety of lenses from 10 pounds to something like this, which is about 4.5 pounds or lighter. And you know, the lighter the lens, the better, but it's still, after a while, tiring to hand hold. So this is when you'd prefer to use a tripod. So the next time you're on a tour or an experience, I want you to think beyond just the standard night photography or maybe focus stacking or landscape photography for your images. So imagine the next time you're in a stand of trees in the forest and you want to do the converging trees looking straight up. This tripod can help you do it much better than you could do it yourself. You of course can get lower and make it steady, and then you also often need slower shutter speeds to reduce noise and allow for apertures to be at things like f16, f18, f22. And the only way you can really do that successfully is with a tripod. In this particular case, I don't need to change heads at all, but I do need to just loosen the knob on the left, and I can literally twist my camera and shoot straight up. And if you have an articulating LCD, you can swing it out to the side and you can see exactly what you're doing. And then when you're finished, we just tip it back. And then in addition, the next time you're on a beach or you see a beautiful carpet of wildflowers, you can do the same thing. You can push the knob in the back and bring your camera forward to a 90-degree angle, lock it in place, and then you have your camera pointing straight down at the ground and it's level, and that's all you need to do. So a couple additional tips while we wrap up the day. I want to talk to you about two things quickly. If it's raining, if it's wet on the ground, if you need a little extra stabilization in your tripod, go ahead and take your backpack or camera bag. There's a little hook here, and I'm just going to set my bag right here. Once it's there, it's harder to move your tripod. It'll give it more stability, less vibration, and you should be in good shape, especially on windy days. One last thing that I wanted to tell you before we go. If you are using this tripod as a gimbal head and you want to switch to a short lens, you can simply just remove this L bracket. I've already unscrewed it, so I'm just pulling it out. Put that in your pocket, and then you will need an L bracket on your camera. So I have this one here, which on my Canon R5 allows me to open up the window and show my LCD and even pivot it around without hitting the L bracket. But this L bracket allows me to slide it in here like so. And what you want to do is open it all the way, mount it, tighten it, and you're good to go. If you want to do vertical, you can loosen it, and then you can slide it in vertically. Either way, you can do it this way, or depending on your tripod mount with your L bracket, you can put it on the other side. And then mount it, and you're good to go vertically as well. In order to attach the video pan head tool, just take this, unscrew the knob, put it through the built-in hole in the tripod, screw it on the other side, and now I have an instant video pan head. One thing that's very important with your tripod is that it's lightweight, easy to use, easy to clean, and is sturdy enough for you. I can't tell you how many times I've seen people on workshops with me and they've brought inexpensive travel tripods and they literally fall apart. They unscrew and can't get it back in correctly. The legs detach, they fall apart, and a bipod doesn't do anyone very good. So I do really want to emphasize the durability of your tripod. Make sure it's something sturdy that can help support your camera and also help with any wind that might buffet your camera as you're holding it. You want something sturdy. You want something with a little hook to hang a backpack to help keep it sturdy in the wind. Those things are really helpful. And then you also want a tripod that you can clean. So you can take this apart and clean the insides of the legs, get out any sand or mud if you're shooting in the water. And then above all, you need it to travel well. And so these types of tripods work really well. Depending on the tripod you get, they weigh just under or just over about 5 pounds. They collapse down as low as 19 inches. This one is a little bit bigger, just depends on what's right for you. But you can take it everywhere you need to be. You never need to change out the tripod head. You don't need to have a video head for video and a gimbal head for wildlife and then a ball head for landscapes. It does it all, and that's going to save you weight and time out in the field. You have to get the right tripod for you. I love this one in particular, but no matter what you get, I hope this has helped inform your photography sessions and give you some really good ideas for the future.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Lisa, and to PhotoPro. What a great presentation. I wish I was on those riverbanks watching with you from there. That concludes the second stage at OPTIC Day 2. Super bittersweet, we should say, but I just wanted to quickly take some time and thank the B&H team. I am super blessed to work alongside a really dedicated and hardworking team of individuals that helped produce this event. And then what an honor for me to be able to help produce this stage and work with some of these speakers throughout the year and then bring them back to B&H and bring them on stage. And it really, looking back, it's full circle now. We work and we support these artists and creators throughout the year with the projects they're working on, the projects B&H is working on, and then we kind of get to bring it all together at OPTIC. And I love this brand, and I love this team that I work with. And I also want to thank the vendors. We could not do this show without our vendors, and they get excited. And now that we are back in person and we just knocked it out of the park here for OPTIC, and not just being digital, but bringing people together again, and it just feels like a family. So thank you everyone in the audience for being here and being part of this community, and thank you to all the live stream viewers. You guys are the best. Thanks for joining from around the world. I love seeing those comments, and I think that wraps it up. So thank you all very much, and we will see you soon. Bye-bye.